Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome for this council meeting on June the 11th. We'll take off with the first part, and at 5 o'clock we'll start the second half of the council meeting. If you have a phone or a pager or whatever, put it on a silent or vibrate. We'd appreciate it. I tell you that because that reminds me I have to. With that, could we have a roll call, please?
Mayor Wood.
Here.
Deputy Mayor Sanchez.
Here.
Councilmember Kern.
Here.
Councilmember Feline. Councilmember Feller.
Here.
Thank you. With that, before I start, let's go to an item called closed session with our city attorney. Thank you, Early.
Thank you. The City Council met in closed session on the following items. Item 1, conference with labor negotiator involving the Oceanside Fire Management Association, the Oceanside Firefighters Association, Police Officers Association non-sworn. The council met and gave direction on those items. There's no reportable action. Council also met to discuss labor negotiations involving the management employees of the City of Oceanside and the Western Council of Engineers. And the council voted 5-0 to approve a settlement agreement over a pending grievance. The terms and conditions of that agreement will be placed in the office of the city clerk. Item 2, conference with real estate negotiator. Item 2A, conference with involving 300 block of North Cleveland Street. The negotiating parties are the successor agency of the City of Oceanside, the City of Oceanside and Pelican Properties. Under negotiations are price and terms for the disposition of the real property and the acquisition of a parking easement by the city. No action to report on that matter. Item 2B, the 450-acre El Cor Zone property. Negotiating parties, City of Oceanside, the International Swimming Hall of Fame, and Sudbury Development Incorporated. Under negotiations are price and terms for the lease and or sale of the property. That item was discussed, but there is no reportable action under the Brown Act. Again, item 3A, conference with legal counsel on existing litigation in the matters of Dunex, Inc., Cavalier Mobile Estates versus the City of Oceanside, and City of El Centro versus David Lanier. Those items were discussed. There's no action to report.
Thank you, sir. I appreciate that. Mr. Clerk, consent calendar, please.
Yes, consent calendar items 4 through 8.
Move approval.
Second.
Thank you. Any public on these?
No public.
Thank you. Please vote.
Motion approved 5-0.
Thank you. If you have the time and moment, please, item number 9.
Item number 9 is adoption of a resolution approving and implementing the extension of the Memorandum of Understanding between the city and the management employees of the City of Oceanside, effective August 21st, 2013 through June 30th, 2016.
Thank you very much. With that, Pat, please.
You're going with 9 first?
I'm sorry.
Item 9 first? Okay, this is an extension of the existing MOU with Western Council of Engineers. The contract extension date would be extended 1 year to June 30th, 2016. It is related to the grievances discussed in closed session. It provides for a taxable, non-PERSable stipend of $2,200 per member, the first full pay period in July 2014, and a second taxable, non-PERSable stipend of $2,200 per member, the first full pay period in July 2015. Total cost is $48,400. It also provides for an increase in bilingual pay. However, there is no increase dollar-wise because none of the members of this unit currently receive bilingual pay. So the total cost spread over 2 years is $48,400.
Thank you. That's going to probably be item 10. Item 10 probably, this is going to be for Western Council of Engineers. Is that correct?
9. We're going to
It's
vote
item
separately.
9.
We're going to vote on them both.
We're doing 9.
Okay, thank you.
Can I clarify, Jim?
Jim.
Yeah, I think Ms. Nunez is discussing the Western Council of Engineers. That's item 10 on the agenda. Item 9 is MECO.
She just did Western Engineers. That's why I said 10.
Correct.
Sorry, the agenda I have had it as 9.
Okay.
No problem. Anyhow, I just want to let the public and them know this is item 10. We'll go back to 9 with Pat. This is 10.
Okay.
And with that, do we have any public on this?
There's no public for item number 10 or item number 9.
Thank you very much. With that, the council. Councilmember Feller, please.
I move approval.
Second.
Thank you. Councilman Kern, your light was on. Thank you. No further comment. Please vote.
Motion approved 5-0.
Thank you. Mr. Clerk, item number 9, please.
Yes,
Okay.
item number 9.
9 for the real number 9.
He's got to read it. He'll read it, I think.
Sorry about
Yeah.
that. This item is an extension of the contract with management employees of the City of Oceanside. It extends the contract an additional 1 year to June 30th, 2016. It resolves the grievances mentioned in the settlement agreement and provides for taxable non-personable stipend of $2,200 per member, first to be paid July 2014, the second to be paid July 2015. It provides also, the cost of that stipend is $277,200 over the 2 years. It also provides for bilingual pay increase equal to what the Police Officers Association was given, and the total cost of that is $19,300 for the 8 employees who currently receive it.
Thank you. Public?
No public on this item.
Councilmember Kern, please.
Second.
Thank you very much. And no further discussion, please vote.
Motion approved, 5-0.
Thank you.
Thank you, Pat. Appreciate it. Mr. Clerk, item 11, when you get a moment.
Yes, item number 11 is approval of a 2-year renovation operation agreement with a 30-year extension option and 2 additional 10-year extension options with John Ashworth or an entity to be assigned later to manage the Center City Golf Course, reimbursement of $73,798 to the departing current operator of the golf course, Oceanside Golf LLC, and authorization for the city manager to execute the agreement.
Thank you very much. Doug, you look a little taller than before. Go right ahead.
Grown. Good evening, Honorable Mayor and
I know.
City Council members. My name is Curtis Jackson with the Property Management Division. And as previously stated, I'm here seeking approval for renovation operation agreement with John Ashworth for the Center City Golf Course and reimbursement in the amount of $73,798 to the departing operator, Oceanside Golf LLC. Pertinent deal points of the agreement with Mr. Ashworth include a continued operation of the premises as a golf course, while also being required to infuse $3.6 million of capital improvements to the course. The improvements in plan consist of constructing a new clubhouse, which is going to include a restaurant and related facilities to house tournaments and events, redesigning and renovating portions of the golf course, adding a 6-hole children's course, adding a botanical or sculptural garden, a community garden, and creating a grass pavilion for concerts and outdoor movies, and potentially allowing for the general public to traverse on the course on days when no golf is being played. The term of the agreement will call for an initial 2-year term, which will have certain funding milestones that will be required to be hit, and if those funding milestones are met, there'll be a 30-year extension option. The anticipated completion of the clubhouse is supposed to be within 48 months of the agreement or by the end of the 4th year. Beginning in the 6th year, Ashworth will be required to pay a 2% CPI to the city for capital improvement reserve. And beginning in the 7th year, Ashworth will be required to pay 5% on any amount he generates in revenue over $1 million. So rent would potentially start at $50,000 a year if $1 million in gross revenue is reached. After the initial 32 years, if both parties agree, there are 2 additional 10-year extension options, which would bring the total potential term of the lease to 52 years. Per the agreement, Ashworth will also be taking over the existing maintenance equipment at the golf course, which has a value of roughly $23,000. In regards to the reimbursement to the existing operator, Oceanside Golf LLC, they have been required to, or they have entered into an operating and management agreement since 2010 when they took over the course for the last operator. They've operated that agreement on a monthly management fee of $6,000 that comes out of the expenses and gross revenue of the course. The city is overall responsible for paying all operating expenses at the premises, of which Oceanside Golf LLC manages those payments. Staff was given direction to keep the golf course open during the RFP and negotiation process with Mr. Ashworth, which started in 2011, but maintain a minimal level of operation until we decided what was going to happen there. As a result of keeping the golf course open, the golf course has continued to operate at a deficit. Currently, the golf course consumes roughly $100,000 a year in water and roughly another $100,000 in operating expenses above and beyond what the course generates right now. Of those operating expenses above and beyond what the gross revenue supports, $73,798 is reimbursable to the Oceanside Golf Group. Primarily that covers management fee that hasn't been paid for 4 months deferred, as well as payroll at the course, as well as some small expenses like food and beverage and whatnot. If you have any questions, I'm available to answer.
Thank you very much. Have a seat, sidebar, please. Public?
No public on the
Back
side.
to the council. Deputy Mayor?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. The meeting before, we had pretty much standing room only, very supportive of this project, so move approval. Thank you.
I have a second. Councilmember Feller?
Thank you. I've got a couple of questions. Apologize for not asking these earlier, but what does it mean, or an entity to be assigned later?
Our Honorable Mayor, Councilmember Feller, the intent was always to have John Ashworth as the primary controller of whatever entity takes over. So right now he is going through the process of establishing a group called Goat Hill Park LLC that hasn't been established at this time. So we're entering into an agreement with John Ashworth and whichever group takes over later.
And what does the course generate right now?
Course revenues for fiscal year 13-14 have been $380,000. I'm sorry, revenues have been $262,000. Expenses have been roughly $380,000.
So in 7 years, we're expecting to get to $1 million, or however long it takes to get to $1 million. Could be 20 years, gets to $1 million, and then we start collecting some rent, because we've designated an account, and I didn't see anywhere where we were actually, this account, it says lease revenue generated from the agreement will be deposited into an account, but we don't have any generated income coming in until year 7. What happens if we don't ever get to $1 million? I'm not sure when we were ever $1 million on Goat Hill, but
If we don't reach $1 million, we would continue to not receive rent. If we do reach the $1 million, we would deposit the money into that account. We would also benefit of the improvements put into the course.
at the end of 30 or 50 years. In the very back, it says items not included, all pump stations, as far as not in, looks like the city's on the hook for. Is that what that means, not included in his contract? It's in the very back of the contract.
Yeah, I mean, items not included, well, at this point, everything is included in the golf course, including the existing maintenance equipment, as well as all expenses related to the utilities and maintenance.
Well, what is item number 25? It says items not included. Of course, of acts of God, I doubt seriously anybody will dispute that, but pumps and pump stations and controllers, is that something that is part of this contract that the lessee would be responsible for?
Going forward, yes, I will look at the agreement again, but going forward, we have replaced the existing pump out at the site so that the water's not leaking. Any future maintenance on that pump or any future improvements would be Mr. Ashworth's responsibility. But I will look into that and get back to you.
I would appreciate it. Those items not included, I mean, some capital improvements, bunker sand, landscape areas, that kind of thing. So just want to make sure.
I see your lights on.
Mr. Mayor, I wish I could. I would assume a lot of the ongoing maintenance of the course would be the responsibility of Ashworth. But we'll have to verify. We had some problems with the pump. I know that. I know it's not our intent to.
We saw that.
It's not our intent to maintain the park, beyond the point where Ashworth takes over. But there are some improvements that we need to make out there.
In the first 2 years.
Yes, and we'll be talking about some of those things that are extraordinary cost that are over and above what one would normally expect. There's some erosion out there, there's perimeter fences, there's some things that just need to be taken care of, and we will be working on those things in conjunction with Ashworth. But once the pump is up and operating, the ongoing cost of maintaining that would be his, but we assume we're going to turn it over in reasonably good condition.
All I'm asking for is, at a point in time, the way this seems to me, this contract, that...
We'll clarify that. We do not want to maintain the pumps for 50 years. Absolutely.
Right, okay.
Yeah, we'll clarify that before we sign the contract, even if it requires a side letter with the council's concurrence.
Okay, thank you.
I did have a
has your light
question.
on.
It was for Curtis, though.
Go ahead.
The council probably would like to know if there's going to be any downtime with regard to the operation of the golf course as we transition over.
As city manager, the anticipation is we'll start the lease July 1 with John Ashworth, so there should not be any downtime. These next 2 to 3 weeks will be a transition period for our existing operator to close out his contracts and Mr. Ashworth to start up and take over some of those contracts as well.
So if you got a tee time for July 2nd, you're good to go, right?
Correct.
Okay.
I have no other lights on, so please vote.
Motion approved, 5-0.
Thank you very much. Mr. Clerk, could we jump all the way over, if possible, to item number 24?
Yes, item number 24 is request by Mayor Wood to make appointments to or motions for removal from some or all of the city's advisory groups.
Thank you very much. As council know, I sent this out a week in advance so you can review it. It's minimal. I get these from the clerk's office when there's openings, and this is the ones I've had. Make a motion that we approve those and take it
Second.
from there. Thank you.
I have a question. Didn't we just appoint George Murray last time to utilities? I mean, this seems like the second time this name's come up in the last meeting. It's no big deal.
He was appointed.
He was appointed already.
Yeah.
I'm going why this has been sent to me. This is what I'm asking for, unless clerk knows.
Well, I know because I've attended.
Was he filling out?
I know because I've attended the meetings and he is a member. He's been seated as a member.
Well, maybe the discussion, did you appoint him for Bud Schumeyer and now you're reappointing him to his own term?
That's what is reappointment, George, for a regular
Okay,
position.
all right.
Okay.
That's what it's going to be for.
So his
With
period was up.
that, I guess, with that confusion, I'd still make a motion
have
if a second. And did you want to speak, Deputy Mayor?
No, just seconded.
Okay, nobody else? Is there public?
No public on this
Thank you,
item.
please vote.
Motion approved, 5-0.
Mr. Clerk and ladies and gentlemen, we're thin. I might have to break early for the 5 o'clock, but we'd like to take the city council reports, but I'd like to go last if I may. Okay. So take it from there.
Deputy Mayor Sanchez.
Thank you. Here I am shuffling paper here. I want to say that I was very, very honored to be asked to be a judge for the citywide elementary school spelling bee that was held at Garrison Elementary. Oh my gosh. Our kids in this city, I got to judge the fifth graders. The third graders actually took longer because it took a long time to eliminate them down to 3, first, second, and third place. So I have to tell you, our kids are sharp. They are sharp. We were working off lists that they had actually gone through and practiced. I had to double check to make sure that I knew the correct spelling for the judgeship and of this, and it was just really exciting. I think that I want to just congratulate the kids who participated, all the kids. There were lots of kids that participated in this. Let me tell you, when they didn't win, and it was probably because they were nervous, they really took it hard. I mean, I could see that this is something they really care about, is their education and being able to compete, even at the third grade level, fourth grade level, fifth grade level. It was just really wonderful to see, and I want to congratulate the staff at Garrison who hosted the event, the principal, and especially the parents who obviously were there 1,000%, and we're there. You know, it was just really, it was just really great to see this relationship with the kids. I know sometimes we talk about, you know, especially our challenged neighborhoods and how that, you know, we'd like to have the parents get more involved. These were parents extremely involved with their kids from all over our city, from all walks of life, and it was just really, really exciting. So congratulations to all the kids, the parents, the teachers, and the principals. Thank you. I also attended the 2014 Infrastructure Summit, Spotlight on Water in Orange County. Thank you, Ms. Dale, for coming with me, and it was a pretty good conference. I attended the annual, along with the mayor, the annual fundraiser of the LGBTQ Resource Center here in North County. They raised a lot of money. It's a center that really reaches out to a lot of folks in the community. It's doing great work, and we're really fortunate to have the center here in Oceanside. I attended Oceanside OHS class of 2014 graduation at the bandshell. This is our 40th anniversary, so 40 years ago we graduated at the bandshell. Probably about the same number of students. I don't know, I think we were a little bit more rowdy when, you know, we threw up our caps and all, but it was the speeches were wonderful, the band was great. We even had some entertainment at the beginning from the chorus. It was really wonderful. Also attended the 13th annual Filipino Cultural Celebration this past Saturday, as well as the mission, the old San Luis Rey Mission Founders Day. That was on the same day. There were a whole lot of things happening on that day, but this is something that I had not done, and that is be there for the release of the ladybugs in the garden. The kids loved that. It was a great family event. There was also sword fighting lessons, as well as practice for the kids, and sand painting by the Liceño tribe of Mission Indians. They helped the kids do some sand painting, so pretty terrific. I want to give the kudos out to the Filipino community for a great event on Saturday, as well as city staff that helped out with the kids' crafts, and really this is a feel good. The kids were singing, they were dancing. One of the last dances that they had was a very traditional traditionally dressed male in kind of like a native kind of dance, and then so they did the kind of native dance, and then then it turned modern, and so here was this dancer in a tomahawk dancing modernly, and it was pretty cool because then some of the folks in the public started dancing, so that was pretty great. I also attended the Race Across America, actually Race Across the West is starting, and also for the soloists that happened yesterday. It was to see these folks wanting, taking months, probably years of training. We didn't have a team this year. We had an OPD team last year, and they came to the council before, but next year I understand they're going to compete. So maybe the fire department could put in a team for this. I don't know if we can spare them for however many days it takes to go all across America. But we are fortunate to be the starting point for this really wonderful race. And then, yesterday also was our 5-year El Corazon celebration, where we honored our volunteers. I think it's been built for longer, but that's when the program's been really out there. And I just found out that they have Zumba classes at the El Corazon Senior Center. So shout out to everybody. Zumba. There's Gold Zumba that's a lower impact for seniors, and then regular Zumba. And it's $3 a class for the Gold and contribution, donation, and $6 for a regular Zumba. So I'm going to go out there. I hope to see you out there too at the El Corazon Senior Center. Coming up, we've got the Daddy-Daughter Dance, Friday the 13th. I believe it's at our senior center as well. This coming Saturday also is the the San Luis Rey Tribal Powwow. That's always a great event here in Oceanside. They've been doing that for, I can't remember how many years, but many years. And that is an event it's on Saturday as well as Sunday. And, I know there were a whole lot of other things that participated. It was a great week, especially the graduation. This coming month, I've got 3 weddings to attend to, so this year seems to be an especially busy year for weddings. And just a shout out to all dads, granddads. For me, I feel so fortunate that I still have my dad. Happy Father's Day. And I hope everyone is able to spend time with their loved ones, and if they've already passed, to spend some really great time thinking about the great moments that they've had with their dad. Thank you.
Councilmember Feline.
Thank you. Just 3 events. Had the opportunity on Thursday, the 29th of May, to attend the open house for the Got Your Back charity. This is a wonderful group that collects food and passes out for homeless children attending our local schools, and they basically prepare backpacks that get the kids through the weekend. Also, as was mentioned, the Filipino-American Cultural Festival, attended the opening for that, a wonderful event that takes place every year. Also had the opportunity to attend the 5-year anniversary at El Corazon, and would like to also emphasize the thanks we give to all the volunteers who serve at the Senior Center, as well as all the volunteers who serve in any capacity for our city. They're the glue that hold us together. Thank you.
Councilmember Feller.
Thank you. I was fortunate enough to be one of the judges for the 2nd grader spelling bee, and I got most of my words right. I said most. But there's nothing more crushing when they misspell a word and they almost cry. It was disheartening to have winners and losers, but they learn life's lesson, try to do better, and they did a great job, represented all the elementary schools in Oceanside, and It was pretty professionally done. The organizer did a great job. Annie Macheski's retirement dinner, that was, there's 31 years in the housing department, and I know she's going to be missed. I've known her for probably close to 20 years, so my hats off to her and her free time. Eagle Scout Court of Honor for J.C. Losak and Marco Rivera out at Camp Pendleton. The Camp Pendleton Boy Scout troop. Couple of young guys that are really going to go somewhere, I think. Had a graduation for a grandson at El Camino. That was Daniel Aguilar. He made it, and so now he's got to make it. Life goes on for all of the young people that graduated this year, and I think they're going to probably be doing good things. I know there was considerable amount of scholarships given to a little over $1.5 million to the students in Oceanside. Went to the Filipino Cultural Association celebration. It was, the typical gray morning, and just like that, the sun came out, and it was a great morning for all of us. Did want to mention Larry Perondi's retirement. He's leaving the school district, and I know that that dinner will be more of a roast than a retirement, but it should be fun to be at. And concert in the park is on the 20th of June, and it's the Mardells. So it starts at 5, and it's in Rancho del Oro Park. I think it's coming, and we are just now into the All-Star season. I have 2 grandsons playing on a team in the Tournament of Champions with the leagues in the district, and that is ongoing out at the sports park in Vista. But the All-Stars are coming, and then every league will have an All-Star team and compete to try to get to Williamsport, and I think that's a great thing. I do want to shout out to Justin Williams, who is going to turn 19 this year, but he finished his first year at UC Davis, and that's a milestone for any young person, and I'm happy he is coming home for a couple of weeks. It'll be a great reunion. And happy Father's Day to all those that are. Thank you.
Councilmember Kern.
Thanks. I just a couple items that be non-repetitive in a way. I did attend the Race Across America, Race Across the West start yesterday. In fact, I would probably think some of them Race Across the West teams are finishing up right now in Durango, Colorado. So they rode their bicycles between here and Durango. That's halfway. And so they had teams and individuals for Race Across the West yesterday. And then the individuals, Race Across America started. And then on Saturday is going to be the teams for Race Across America. They go from here to Annapolis, Maryland. So I hope this year we didn't have a police team, but maybe next year. I don't see here. A fire team, we can have a fire team next year, Race Across America. We can get them to pedal all the way across. And maybe a manager's team.
Or a council team. Yeah, we'd get about to the end of Oceanside.
There's 4, there's teams of 4. I'll volunteer 4 people right now. Yeah. But no, and so that was a huge event yesterday. I mean, there was I don't know. What do you think about? There was like 1,000 so people there yesterday just waiting for the Race Across America and those people to leave. It's going to be bigger this weekend. I guess there's going to be some celebrity biker. The other one, and then I attended the volunteer appreciation luncheon yesterday at El Corazon. And we cannot operate a lot of these facilities in Oceanside without our volunteers. So we all value what our volunteers do for us and how they serve the community. So I really like to thank them and thank all our volunteers, whether it be in fire, police, libraries, Parks and Rec. We cannot function without their help. So we just appreciate all of them. So that's it. Thank you.
Mayor Wood.
Thank you very much. I appreciate it, Mr. Clerk. I'll try to be a little bit classy here and try to remain in form. First off, with your permission, ladies and gentlemen, I'd like to read a statement from Mayor Jim Wood. I sent it out to the press and to the County Board of Supervisors because of the election. If you don't mind, I'll read it to you. While the ballots for the 5th District Supervisor race will be counted until next week, the trend indicates that Supervisor Horn will retain his seat. I thank all the citizens who exercise their voting rights, and of course, I give special thanks to those who supported me in the campaign. I expect this will be a narrow win for the supervisor. I hope he chooses to spend his final term cognizant of all the needs of the people of the 5th District, the quality of life and safety our residents have earned. I extend my congratulations to Supervisor Horn. I wish him well. That's a brief thing that I sent out to the press and et cetera. Ladies and gentlemen, the reason I want to say a few words, if I may, I decided to run for the supervisory seat here, the 5th District, which is all of North County, because I was asked to by many different people, and I appreciate that. I want to confirm also that I wasn't trying to leave Oceanside. I was trying to help Oceanside, in my opinion. We have a $120 million budget here in the city. County supervisors have a $5 billion budget. I thought that might help Oceanside and the North County. That's one of the reasons I ran, hoping to help the North County. It was a close race. I didn't win. What I wanted to say is, besides that note I read to you, I want to thank all the people that were involved helping me. And you know those are many people without the area. It was unique. I learned a lot for running a big campaign. It's different from running the Oceanside, and when you pick up all the North County all the way out to Borrego in the desert, it's almost overwhelming in size when you're running a campaign. But I met a lot of nice people, learned a lot of nice things. So with that race is potentially over. On the other hand, I needed to address a couple of things that I thought were a little bit sad. I did not mail out one single mailer on this campaign. Other people did, but I didn't. I tried to keep the high ground and not dig into my opponent's past and his personal life. However, in the last week, I kind of expected to get some hit piece mailers, and I got plenty of them. They didn't bother me. I'm a little more thick-skinned, but it bothered my wife and my daughters and family. I think when you see a mailer come out that's that off base or sometime inappropriate, you figure if they put it out in the last week, it's probably not very accurate, because if they were concerned about that issue, they would have brought it up during the entire campaign. They didn't. So it was kind of a hit piece at the end. I wasn't shocked, and I kind of expected things like that, but you as the citizens of Oceanside, I want to tell you, I'm sorry that you had to receive that type of mail or mailer in your house. It's not very accurate, and sometimes they're not, and that's why they're put out in the last week, so you don't have time to respond to them. I wanted to tell you that for my own family's mentors. It's a situation that I apologize for, and that's just how politics are lately, I'm sorry. On the other hand, after the election was over, I found out a couple of things. Miserable turnout for the whole area. It wasn't just Oceanside. It was terrible turnout for everybody. The lower the numbers, really kind of says to everybody they're not interested in politics and maybe burn out on them. That's one thing. The other thing I learned out after the election is that people within my own city went to all the mobile home parks and asked them to vote for my opponent so that I wouldn't leave my position as mayor. Well, that's kind of a roundabout pat on the back, I guess, that they want me to stay because they like me as a mayor. However, it didn't really help out in the polls. I understand that. I'm here as the mayor, and that's why I want to say I've got 2 more years before there's an election coming up. I'm your mayor. I'm still here. I will represent you to the best of my abilities, what it may be. On the other hand, I'll still be here to be actively involved in the upcoming election this year in November. So hopefully we'll have some interest in politics in Oceanside in November. That's all I really have to say. It's short and sweet, but I think I wanted to say that to all of you, for you'll know here in the audience or at home. That's all I have to say, and thank you very much, Mr. Clerk. And with that, I'm sorry, unless you find something, everything's for after 5 p.m.
Correct.
If that, I'm sorry, ladies and gentlemen, we'll have to take a recess until 5 o'clock. And if you haven't been here before, out the double doors, up the stair, water and restrooms. Thank you very much.
This month's Journalist Roundtable, we heard from County Democratic Chair Francine Busby and Republican Treasurer Gary Feline on the results of Tuesday's election.
I think where it came best is the number of candidates that we got across the 50% threshold, so you did not have to have a follow-up race in November. You know, you saw Lori Zaff make it past the 50% threshold, Bonnie Dumanis, Ernie Dronenberg, and of course Bill Horn.
Of course, yeah.
And so those races were all key races, and the fact we were able to put them away so that we can then focus on other races come November was a big plus for our party.
And of course, the Democrats are now in the majority in the city of San Diego, but the county, it's not.
Oh, that's
not the case
absolute.
at all.
No, that is not true. There are 27,000 more registered Democrats in the county than there are Republicans.
Been sort of neck and neck, but
it
you're
used
just
to be really
up.
neck and neck, and then when we got online voter registration, it zoomed up, and it's continued to go up, and that's continuing to trend toward a Democratic plurality in the county. And you know what we're looking at for November. All the, like he said, we were happy to have a lot of our incumbents make it to 50%, and we can check those races off. But we're looking at mayor races in Vista, Escondido, Imperial Beach, Chula Vista. These are large cities, and the impact that those mayors races would have are not just in their municipalities. Those are mayors who will be making appointments for Sandag, which could shift the policy making toward a much more progressive direction.
We also talked with Chris Van Gorder, the president and CEO of Scripps Health, about the challenges and opportunities facing that large healthcare system.
Well, from a national perspective, we're probably facing the biggest challenges we ever have, and I've often said 100 years. Healthcare nationally is too expensive. It's become unaffordable. There are too many people that lack access, and I think that was what drove the Affordable Care Act to be put in place. But to pay for the Affordable Care Act, reimbursement is being reduced fairly dramatically. The industry gave about $150 billion to help pay for the Affordable Care Act, so we're actually seeing declines in reimbursement for Medicare. Medicaid and Medi-Cal in California is very challenging. And then we got hit with sequestration. So just my organization alone got cut another $12 million a year. So we're facing increasing costs, decreasing revenue, but a need for us to completely redesign the healthcare delivery system so that we can serve our community and be more affordable to everybody in this country.
Finally, we talked with Oceanside City Councilman Jerry Kern about his role on the Community Engagement Committee, which is listening to and informing us of the decommissioning of the San Onofre nuclear power plant.
I mean, do you feel like it could be there forever? Because if the government hasn't found another storage site yet, is there any hope that they ever will?
Right now, no. I mean, the idea that we had hopes at Yucca Mountain, that was killed for political reasons more than geography. I mean, the idea that, or geotechnical reasons, but the federal government has to do it. Once this stuff is moved in dry cask storage, it no longer belongs to Southern California Edison or the owners. It belongs to the Nuclear Regulatory Commission. It becomes property of the federal government. So
as long as it's in the pools, it still belongs to the owners? Is that right?
Yes, as long as it's in the pools, it belongs to the owners. And once they put everything in dry cask storage, and then they'll dismantle the plant, the big domes will be gone, and all you'll be left is a 5-acre site, a pad of dry cask storage.
Join us. It's Good TV.
When you shop in Oceanside, your tax dollars help fund a variety of city services like police, fire, parks, street maintenance, and library programs. Buy your retail goods in Oceanside and you demonstrate support for our police, fire, and harbor departments by providing the tax dollars we need to make Oceanside a safe community. You make a difference when you shop Oceanside.
So many kids' activities today seem to leave out the activity part. New research tells us that just getting children to walk an extra 35 minutes a day could spare them the pain of thinning bones later in life. Encourage your kids to get up, get out, and get moving.
Hello. Hey, Grandma, how about another grape soda?
A public service message on building strong bones for kids from the Pediatric Orthopedic Society of North America and the American Academy of Orthopedic Surgeons.
A caravela zarpa do Tejo pro Alemar, já não existe outro remédio. Logo os franceses irão chegar. A corte luz sente a saudade a apertar. Napoleão seu reino invade a subjugar. Lisboa esta noite chove, a história move-se sem trégua, sua corte parte sem demora para aportar a muitas léguas, para aportar a muitas léguas. Depressa eu como passa a vida, que será fácil devagar. Se um dia há de ser despedida, que seja doce ao chegar. Enquanto enquanto isso, se estou vivo, se os meus pulmões resistem ar, ainda encontro incentivo, ainda este o meu lugar. E se além disso eu obtivesse a chave pro teu coração, mesmo sem querer entoaria uma prece da minha gratidão. E se além disso eu obtivesse a chave pro teu coração, mesmo sem querer entoaria uma prece da minha gratidão.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you and welcome to the second half of our council meeting. We start council meetings about 2 o'clock in the afternoon for closed session and start again at 4 o'clock. This is the last half officially. This is where we do certain things and presentations. Welcome all. I'm sure there's other chairs here if some of you want to sit down, but I thank you for being here. As I told earlier people, or people who've been here earlier in the afternoon, if you have a phone or a pager, put it on a vibrator or silent, that would help a lot. And with that, I'm going to ask my assistant, Aurora, lady over here, to help this. My aide is on vacation. So with that, Aurora, would you please, for Invocation Plus.
All right, everyone please stand for the invocation and Pledge of Allegiance. And tonight's invocation will be delivered by our city clerk, Zach Beck, who is also the youth pastor for Gateway Community Church.
Great. Let's bow our heads. Father, I come before you today to simply say thank you. Thank you for the privilege, the blessing, the honor it is to be able to live in this great city. We come here with different backgrounds, different beliefs, different pasts, different presents, and different futures. Yet we come here with one common goal, and that is the betterment of this city. We lift up right now our council members. We lift up Councilmember Feller, Councilmember Feline, Councilmember Kern, Deputy Mayor Sanchez, and Mayor Wood and their families. And we come seeking your guidance, your wisdom, and the discernment to make decisions that are in the best interest of your community. And we pray these things in your precious name. Amen.
All right. Tonight, the Pledge of Allegiance will be given by the 2014 Girls Under 10 Spring Champions, the Royals, from the Soccer Club of Oceanside. Will the following players please stand and come to the dais? Abby Salazar, Olivia, go ahead. Olivia Giuseppe, Brianna Johnson, Cassandra Hayes, Katali Bennett, Ella Nunn, Ella Von Tresco, Emily Para, Francesca DeBates, Gabby Sines, Megan O'Brien, and Sophia Sweeney.
Who gets the mic to start the pledge? Make a big about face. Flag's over there.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Stay there. Stay there.
And can I also call up the head coach, Bobby Martinez, and the assistant coach, Mike Hayes.
Please be seated. Thank you. I'm sorry. Ladies and gentlemen, I'll go into this little splur that I give all the time. We have the team that comes here every month for a council meeting because they represent the city of Oceanside, as you can see. So they only represent the team they're on, but sometimes they represent us city, county, state, and sometimes nationally. Their names are Oceanside, so we thank them for representing us and their coaches. And we find out this is a way we say thank you back to them, the parents, the team moms, and everybody else, to say, come on live on TV and have the smiling faces and have the coach and them tell us how well they've done and see these medals around their necks. They represent us and we're very proud of them. Now, if you're a parent and want to take pictures, you can get up and move wherever you want to, number one. Number two, remember this is live on TV. They'll play it over and over again so you can copy it or tape it, or if worse comes to worse, you can go down to KOCT TV and buy a copy, and you send it out to the family and friends that you want to. So with that, I'm going to hand the mic off to the coaches and let them explain how these girls did so far.
Thank you, Mayor Wood, council members. First off, I'd like to thank our organization, the Soccer Club of Oceanside, for the tremendous effort that goes into a season. We have about 1,600 children playing soccer in two parts of our club, in the recreation side, which is what was represented here, and also the competitive club side. So we're fairly large, and the club, the organization, all the volunteers, they do a fantastic job to put together the season twice a year. We have a spring season and a fall season. This team is the spring 2014 under 10 girls champions. They had an undefeated season. That may sound more impressive than it actually is, because they did have 4 ties. They played 8 games, they won 4, had 0 losses and 4 ties. That kind of goes to that says something about what we call parity in the organization, where we set up the teams to make them as equal as we possibly can. We don't want one team to dominate a season. We want them to, we'd love to have a bunch of 0-0 ties, 1-1 ties, but they pulled out 4 wins, 4 close games that ended up ties. Then we come to a end of season tournament where it's kind of like a playoff system, and they played 2 games on a Saturday. They won both of those, which put them in the semifinals on Sunday, which pitted us against our sister team, we like to call them, the team that we practice next to at Rancho Del Oro Park, and we scrimmaged numerous times. So we knew them well, they knew us well, and that was a very, very tight game. And thanks to some timely scoring and some fantastic defense and some fantastic goalkeeping, I swear she let her toenails grow and got one just in the nick of time, got one out of the way. That put us in the finals, where we played a very, very tough team, and through about 3 quarters of that game, it was 0-0, and I think we just wore them out, and we ended up winning that championship game 3-0. So they worked very, very hard. Those of you who have children know that when you're trying to teach or talk to your children, you may not always think you're getting through to them. Most of the season, I didn't think I was getting through to them. But by tournament time, this team just was playing a superior level of soccer that was just fun to watch. I sat back and I talked to Coach Mike, and I said, I really didn't think they had it in them. We saw flashes of it during the season, but in the tournament, they really turned it on and played 4 complete games. So they were very, very, very fun to watch. And we appreciate everything that the city does. With an organization of 1,600 players, there's a lot of grass that we need to practice on, and we work very, very closely with the city to make that happen. And it's not a small task, and we appreciate everything that happens within the city. The girls are very, very proud to be wearing not only their championship medals, but the word Oceanside across their chest and represent this city that they're very, very proud to live in and play in.
Well, I'd just like to thank as well the city for giving us the space to be able to let the girls play. I'd like to thank the girls for their efforts and their work. They've all found their spot on the team between the new players and the seasoned players. Everybody found their spot and everybody worked it really well and made us all proud. And thank you to Coach Bobby as well. He did fantastic. And I am the support team.
Tighten it up, girls, when we get a big picture. We're a little too wide here. Get in there, Coach. Thank you. Parents, you can move and take pictures, but like I say, this is a championship team. Thank you. Parents behind you there. Thank you. That's all. Coaches, team, you can go ahead and leave because I'm sure it's getting late for you. And we thank you for being here. Girls, don't forget to pick up your stuff, your certificates. If you want to leave now, that's fine too. Parents, you can still keep taking pictures after they're gone.
To start our presentations, we have Pet of the Month. Representing the San Diego Humane Society's North Campus, we have Brianne Youngberg.
Every time I get a cat here, I love them, but it always seems to escape and we chase it around the council chambers, just like we did earlier, right? Anyhow, this young lady has been such a big heart being here representing the Humane Society, putting on all these monthly events for animals, from bunnies, dogs, cats, whatever. She's leaving us. She's going to another area of the United States, let's say, and we're going to miss her, but I'm going to pass the mic to you. I would take the cat, but I'm sure we'd be chasing it again.
Well, thank you, Mr. Mayor. This is my good friend. Her name is Song. She is 3 months old and looking for her forever home at our Oceanside campus. She's very sweet. I'm going to see if maybe we can get her purr because she is definitely letting us know she's happy. I don't think it picks it up, darn. Big crowd, yes. Well, there's a lot going on at the Humane Society this month. Actually, tonight at 6:30 at our Oceanside campus, we have a happy hour lecture all dedicated to clicker training your cat. Yes, cats can be trained. It's just finding the right motivation. So our trainers will talk to you about giving you some tips on how to train your cats. This Friday is Doggy Cafe. It's a good socialization night out with your dog. Come on out, bring your dog, practice being good pups in a cafe-like setting before doing the real thing. And we have lots of fun things on our website, different types of event. Please feel free to visit our new adoption center at the Petco in Oceanside, right off of Mission. We have some cats and kittens available there, as well as visiting our dog park, because I know our mayor loves coming and letting his pups play at the dog park. We have a special yard for bigger guys, more energetic, as well as for the smaller, not so energetic ones anymore. So please feel free. All information and events happening at the Humane Society are available on our website at sdhumane.org. And have a great month in June.
Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, this young lady deserves a round of applause later, but right off the bat, the cats. I go down there all the time. It's right there by the airport for the cats and bunnies. Walk through. It's wonderful. Get to see all the animals. And then the dog one is over by the dog park, right at the bottom of the hill down there, near the fire station training center. Walk through, see the animals. Maybe you can help. And what a place to volunteer at, too, if you want to, for your kids or your families. Go on your records for students trying to build a resume for college. Nice to give time to the Humane Society, but also you can adopt a cat for your team, like these people over here in the uniforms from the parks. That'd be a good mascot for them, I think. Thank you.
Mayor, I think they need to
Bye-bye,
have
let's hear.
Mayor, I think they need to have a black cat for Friday the 13th.
Oh, okay. Thank you. And we'll miss you over there in the Netherlands.
Our next presentation is for the Law and Order Awards, and we would like to call the following people up. Fire Chief Daryl Hebert from our Oceanside...
No, they said Daryl. It's not...
And from our Oceanside Fire Department staff, Glenn Morgan. Mark Miller. Anthony Walker. Anthony Valentine. And Kevin Johnstone from the Elks Lodge and American Legion.
Bring the rest of you up here, because these are our heroes, ladies and gentlemen here. I'm going to give the mic to the chief, and then he can pass it on to the Elks Lodge.
Great. Thanks, Mr. Mayor, and thank you, City Council, for allowing us to be here tonight. We had a really, at first when I heard we were following Pet of the Month, I was a little bit nervous. But after you hear our story, I think everybody will like, oh, yeah. We had an incident take place in the city of Oceanside that was very rare. And even though we have a lot of emergencies and things that happen, this was a real rare event that started out as a very tragic event, but turned into a phenomenal, amazing life story. And I thought it was really important to get it here in front of the council. And I also thought it was important to recognize these men that were involved in this call, because we tried to recognize them with the American Legion and the Oceanside Elks Lodge, but unfortunately they were up north fighting a brush fire, so they missed that recognition. So I wanted to get them out here tonight to recognize them for the above and beyond the call of duty that took place. It was on December 18th, 2013. There was a young lady, a young couple that it's their first child, and she was just shy of 5 weeks of being on her delivery date, and she went into labor, and she started having major contractions, some major issues, and they called 911. Paramedics arrived, and we're a very young department. We have a lot of very young paramedics who have seen a whole bunch of stuff, but there's some things that they just don't see. And childbirth is kind of rare for some, but fortunately we had a very senior captain who is very competent and still a paramedic that stepped in and took control and really saved the day. But to kind of make the story kind of short, she delivered the baby and it was still attached to the amniotic sac, and it was in full arrest, meaning that it was not breathing, didn't have a pulse. And that's very tragic. And being a very small baby, and I heard is about the size of my palm, very difficult to deal with in those types of situations. Fire crew took control of it. The captain stepped in, told everybody to stay calm, even though I'm sure he was a little nervous himself. Was able to get the baby the necessary things that needed. They went to the hospital. And today I want to introduce the parents, and I'm going to ask them to come up. This is Melissa and Paul Stefana, and this is little Xavier Stephen Morgan. And today I'm happy to report he's 6 months old today and doing really well. I'm going to pass the mic to Captain Morgan, who I believe was the director of the call, and let him share a little bit more about it.
My name is Glenn Morgan. I've been with the Oceanside Fire Department for 31 years, which means I've been working here longer than half of the people have been alive on the department. I've delivered over 100 babies. I've been a paramedic for 34 years, and I've never had a complicated delivery. They all came out and cried. When Xavier was born, as the chief said, he didn't have a heartbeat or any respiration, so we had to do CPR on him, which I've never done on a newborn before like that. And I wanted to let the people know that when we come to your house, we're a pretty happy group of guys. And we're not happy about your circumstance and why you called us. And a lot of times it's the worst day of your life. And we get there, and if you see smiles on our face or something, it's not that we're happy about what's going on with you. It's just that we like our work, and we're happy to be there to help you. And we were with these people. And we gave Xavier everything we had, and it wasn't looking good. And that's the other thing I wanted to tell you, whether it's a baby like this or the river bottom is trying to burn down your house on Andrew Jackson. We're not, we're kind of a can-do fire department. We're just going to give you everything we got, and that's what we did for Xavier. And it just worked out really well, and he just looks fantastic today.
Thank you. I'm Kevin Johnstone and I'm here representing both the Oceanside Elks and the American Legion of Oceanside. Several years ago, many years ago, the Law and Order Awards were created by the American Legion to honor police, fire, first responders, lifeguards, you name it, that have performed some sort of extraordinary task that has either bettered the welfare of the community or in many cases saved lives. The highest, before I get into the actual award, about 2 years ago, we'd been hosting it through the Oceanside Elks, and they generously, about 2 years ago, after many years of huge generosity towards the awards, allowing us to have the dinner and the awards presentation in their lodge. 2 years ago, they came to us and said they wanted to do more and wanted to partner. They show even more for the first responders and show their appreciation. So for the last 2 years, these Law and Order Awards have been presented by both the Elks and the American Legion. We cover many cities, but Oceanside has always been, both our lodges are located there, and both Mayor Wood and Chief Hebert have been incredibly supportive of the Law and Order Awards. The highest award given by the American Legion is its Medal of Valor. And the Medal of Valor is given out to somebody who has truly performed a life-saving act. And we were very proud to bestow the Medal of Valor on these heroic firefighters, paramedics, and it's with a full heart that we give you our thanks and give you these medals and these plaques from the Elks.
Before, be careful. May I use this one for a second? That's fine. You haven't introduced the guys. The captains, so we don't know the guys.
Oh, you know what? I didn't introduce the stars here. I said the name of the child is Xavier Stephen Morgan. And Stephen Choi is an individual that left our fire department, went up north, and is working for Orange County. We did get him his medal to him, but he couldn't join us tonight. And Anthony Walker was also involved in the call, but he is vacationing here in another country. But the main character here is Captain Glenn Morgan, who he spoke. This is Engineer Mark Miller, and this is firefighter paramedic Tony Valentine. And if I could get maybe their wives and families to come up, if I know that you guys didn't get a chance to get pictures with them earlier, so come on up and we'll get a quick picture here. Thank you again, Mr. Mayor, for the time.
Thank you. Could we tighten it up a little bit and maybe have you in the picture, of course? Get the most important and the highest ranking people here and the young ladies. Ladies and gentlemen, one more time for our heroes and that lovely flaming.
Now, we would like to have a presentation in regards to Race Across America, and with us tonight is Fred Bothling with RAM.
Fine. Either one. This is more comfortable, please.
I like to walk around. That is an impossible act to follow. Cute children, really cute pets, and firefighters. Thank you. My name is Fred Bothling. I'm the president and CEO of Race Across America. It's a bicycle race that is the world's toughest bicycle race. This is our 33rd year, our 9th year in Oceanside. And we love Oceanside. Thank you. It's 3,000 miles coast to coast, Oceanside to Annapolis, Maryland, nonstop, very difficult. People come from all over the world to race this race. And it's amazing. I travel all over the world promoting this race, and everywhere I go, every country, I constantly hear, we want to come to America to race, coast to coast across the greatest country in the world. It's just incredibly positive feedback. And this year, we have about 320 contestants. And with the racers, there are support crews that follow them across the country. And all told, there's about 1,200 racers and crew members and about 400 to 500 vehicles that make that trip from Oceanside to Annapolis, Maryland. It's Oceanside has been incredibly supportive of what we do, and we're looking forward to a long relationship with the city of Oceanside. The solo racers left yesterday, and they're all somewhere out in Arizona right now. And the teams will leave down by the pier. They'll leave roughly noon on Saturday. And I would, anybody who's interested to come out and see these riders from all these countries, come race this race, to send them off, I would appreciate it very much. And I want to personally invite Mayor Wood and all of the city council to come down and see these great athletes off. So with that, thank you. Thank you.
That's exactly right.
Yeah, exactly.
I want to add a little bit more to that, ladies and gentlemen. Think about that when you're laying in bed and think, if I got up today and got on a bicycle, I'm going to ride to the East Coast. I would have stopped right here at the Rocky Mountains. But remember, when you finally get over those Rockies, you drop down into the desert where it's about 130 for many miles. Not easy. Singles, teams from all over the world. If you come down there, you'll see them from just about any country you can think about. Usually on the singles, the individual singles, you'll see these guys are usually about 6'8" tall, all muscular but thin, and jump on a bike that you and I can't even get over. It's so tall. These are guys that are world champions in this stuff, and they take off in Oceanside and go all the way across the United States. Thank you to this president and what goes on in Oceanside. We talked our police department into being a team last year. A team. They didn't want to do it individually, a team. They came in third for the first try, or Oceanside. Not doing this year because I think they're taking an extra year to recover. And I think that's true, and we're going to work real hard on getting the fire department to run. And I've been talking, no prevail to talk the council into being a team to run across the United States. And the hardest person I've had to talk into it is myself, so it's not going very far for us, but thank you very much. I like to look at all the athletes that are doing it, and I can sit back and go, that's pretty nice. I'm glad I'm not doing that. But you're right. I want to tell you this. Not only do we appreciate you being here, but really, when you think about it, one of the hardest races in the world is this race across America, because there's some area across the United States, besides mountains, open terrain, heat, rain, wind, etc. It's not easy, and I found that out from our police team that said it was really tough. But thank you for being here. You're always welcome. Ladies and gentlemen, there is still time if you want to sign up for the Saturday for your race across America. I'll be right behind you, pushing you forward. I can see in that third to the end row, those young guys, they're ready to volunteer right now. Those guys, okay, thank you. Back to you. Have any few more words to say about anything? Oh, I want to say this, because it always comes. Ladies and gentlemen, you'll see the following cars, the cars that back up and follow these people across the United States. Well-marked lights, flashings, everything on it. Understand they're in town and following bicyclists. Cautious around them. That really gives you the warning that ahead of them there's going to be a bicycler or two ahead of you, especially team ones. So be cautious with these vehicles that are in town. They're all over Oceanside, staying in our hotels. Thank you, Leslie Gall, for all the help you do in the hotels. But anyhow, anything else you'd like to pass on, or you want to try to challenge the council members behind me to ride?
Yeah, just a couple last thoughts. As I said, we've had incredible support from the city of Oceanside, and Mayor Wood just mentioned Leslie Gall. Absolutely. Thank you, Leslie. You've done a great job. Terry Goodman, outstanding guy to work with. Howard LaGrange and others at the city, but they have made our job easy. It's very difficult. We go through 12 states, 88 counties, 350 communities, and the reception usually is positive all the way through the process. The police, the fire, they love to watch the racers come through. What else do you do in Kansas? But again, we've had great support in Oceanside. We plan on being here for many, many years to come. Thank you.
Thank you. I'll ask a question. Chief, where's our team this year? You're not riding?
Mr. Mayor, council members, they are preparing for next year.
Oh, okay. And you're going to ride.
By the way, I have to tell you, we've had teams of firefighters from Colorado and from Nevada and elsewhere race Ram, and it's one of the most impressive things you'll see is when the firefighter team, when they go through a city or when they finish, particularly in Annapolis, all the fire engines are out there with the sirens and the horns, and I mean, it is just mind-blowing cool. So we'll see you out there next year.
One more I want you to explain. Each of those teams are riding for a cause. If you can highlight that, please.
Yes. Yes, I should have mentioned, RAM is an outstanding platform for raising money for charitable causes. Every year, the racers in RAM collectively raise somewhere in the range of $1.5 million to $2.5 million for a wide range of charitable causes. Absolutely fantastic platform for doing that.
Thank you. So it's not just great, it's charitable, and they all have the team telling what they support and what they're riding for. And I've seen several teams out there that have great causes, and I think it's wonderful. With that, I want to thank you for being here, and we're going to move on and appreciate it. Thank you, sir. Let's hear for him.
Next, we have a proclamation for National Parks and Recreation Month, and accepting it is the Friends of Oceanside Park.
Smokey the Bear.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor. Honorable City Council and guests, my name is David Palmatier, and I'm chairman of Friends of Oceanside Parks. And I'm here to accept the award for the National Parks Month that will be coming up. I've already been here at the last City Council meeting to invite everyone to come to our park on June 20th for the concert, which will be starting at 5 o'clock. We have a fantastic opener with Melissa McDonald. She's awesome. And then she'll be followed by a lady that dances with hula hoops. She calls herself Hoop Darling. And we'll also have a band that maybe a couple of you have heard about before. Their name is the Mardells. Yes, the Mardells are going to be here. And so I won't tell you that because I already told you that last time I was here. So no sense in telling you that. But I want to mention that in July, we have a fantastic park called Heritage Park. And we are going to be having a series of Sunday concerts that even spill over into August for 6 straight Sunday afternoons from 4 to 6 starting July 6th, the Sunday of 4th of July weekend. And we're going to have banjo music. We're going to have a bluegrass band. We're going to have a karaoke day in the park. So you're welcome to come and become part of that. We're going to have rock and roll. We're going to have an open mic day in the park. So if you play a musical instrument, why, you're welcome to come and play your musical instrument for us in the park. It's a fantastic park. We have refreshments there. You can enjoy the afternoon at Heritage Park. Heritage Park is immediately north of the San Luis Rey Mission. So if you know where the San Luis Rey Mission is, or you can find it, we are immediately north of that. Behind it or immediately north, yes, of the San Luis Rey Mission. So just drive around the mission and there we are. I'd like to introduce the rest of us. I'm going to pass the mic down, and we are all volunteers with Friends of Oceanside Park. So,
Ann Palmatier,
Chris Gow,
Genevieve Wonder,
Tom Frankham, Star Volunteer,
Marty Gorin.
If some of you haven't recognized him without his hot dog hat from down at the street fair, that's him. But we're going to read the thing here in the section, but before you do that, if you may, ladies and gentlemen, last year we had visitors last summer from many countries, from Japan, who are our sister cities, Taiwan, mainland China, South Korea, but we had about 160 plus people here, students from France. These two people right here set that up with some other people, and we have visitors from around the world coming to Oceanside. Most of them wanted to speak English and see America, but I think this year we're getting about 300 plus students from France, right?
That's correct.
And that's a good point. They come here, see us, they love the country, learn to speak English, so they're volunteers at the park, but they're also involved in a lot of other things in Oceanside. All of them are, so I thank you. But we have a proclamation she's going to read now for you.
All right. Proclamation in honor of National Parks and Recreation Month, July 2014. Whereas parks make life better for all ages in Oceanside, whereas parks, greenways, and open spaces provide a welcome respite from our fast-paced, high-tech lifestyles while protecting and preserving our natural and cultural resources, and whereas Parks and Recreations fosters human development and promotes health, wellness for all ages in the community. And whereas Parks and Recreation services support economic development through increased property values, expansion of the local tax base, increased tourism, the attraction and retention of businesses, and crime reduction. And whereas thousands of children, adults, and seniors benefit from the wide range of services, facilities, and programs provided by the City of Oceanside's Park and Recreation Division. Now, therefore, be it resolved that I, Jim Wood, Mayor of the City of Oceanside, California, do hereby proclaim, I can see you on the side over there.
My name makes you laugh. I don't know why.
July 2014 as National Parks and Recreation Month, and urge all residents to celebrate by participating in their choice of pleasurable activities offered by the Oceanside Parks and Recreation Division to enhance their social, physical, and mental well-being.
One of our major supporters is, of course, Eileen Turk. And she's such a busy lady. Unfortunately, she was attending another meeting at this very same time. And so we came for her. And we appreciate all the effort and all the time that the lady puts in. It's remarkable. Whatever she gets paid by the city, of course, she deserves double. I do want to mention one other thing, too, that we're going to have a major concert also July 18th, the third Friday in July, and it's going to be featuring Irish music. So if you like some Irish dancing, Irish-type music, why, come out on Friday, July 18th, 5 to 8, Rancho del Oro Park. It's going to be an awesome, awesome day. I thank you so very much for this proclamation.
You're welcome. Thank you for
and I'll make sure that Eileen receives it.
Get a picture. Tighten it up. Thank you all. Thank you. These are volunteers. Thank them.
And for our final presentation, tonight we have an update on downtown traffic, and we would like to call forward City Engineer Scott Smith and CIP Manager Nathan Mertz.
Honorable Mayor, council members, Scott Smith, City Engineer. City staff would like to update the City Council, local business owners, and Oceanside residents on the status of the downtown Mission Avenue construction project. Overall, there's been significant progress on the project, and come the end of the month, the majority of the work will be complete. A small section of Mission Avenue will still be under construction at the time of the parade and the long 4th of July weekend. Staff intends on working with the contractor to secure this area before the parade and 4th of July and during, and then we'll resume construction afterwards. I have the project manager, Mr. Nathan Mertz, here to present the details regarding this matter.
Good evening, Council. Brief update on the project and some traffic-related items for the upcoming holiday. From July 28th through July 7th, June 28th through July 7th, Construction activities for the Mission Avenue project will be confined on the south side of Mission Avenue between Ditmar and Coast Highway as indicated by the red area, as you can see on the screen. Come June 28th, there will be no work on Coast Highway in preparation for the parade. The Coast Highway will remain open 4 lanes in width through the holiday weekend as well to accommodate traffic for that 3-day weekend. Mission Avenue will have at least 1 lane open at all times during this period, if not 2. We currently have 2 lanes open from Horn to Ditmar now. As Scott mentioned earlier, that there's been major progress, significant progress made on this project. And although construction within the current phase, that what we're calling phase 4, will run through the month of July, and that's where we'll achieve substantial completion for the project. The extension of the construction period is due to a number of rain days over the winter and some conditions that we found in Mission, mostly involving underground structures. Good news on the project, though, is that the sidewalk is open on the north side of Mission Avenue from Clementine to Coast Highway, and on the south side of Mission Avenue from Clementine to Ditmar Street. All of the landscaping shall be completed on the north side of Mission Avenue between Clementine and Coast Highway by the holiday, as well as on the south side between Clementine and Ditmar. Other traffic-related items that the community may be interested in on the upcoming events, June 28th parade, we block off about 12 plus blocks from Surfrider to Oceanside Boulevard to accommodate the parade route and the staging areas. So that will take place on June 28th. Mission Avenue will be closed right around Ditmar Freeman Street during that time. The other important day to remember is on 4th of July, which is Friday this year. Essentially, the entire area west of the railroad tracks between Breakwater and Wisconsin will be closed to vehicular traffic, although it will be a progressive closure as the day goes on and the parking lots and streets fill up. Those areas will be closed off to incoming traffic. You know, exiting traffic will be allowed, but everything west of the tracks, south of Breakwater, north of Wisconsin Street will be closed that day. So just get there early if you want parking on the beach, I suppose. Any questions or comments more specifically regarding the Mission Avenue project? My number and email is on the screen, and if there's any questions from council, I'll be more than happy to answer.
Thank you, Nathan. I just want you to clarify, they're following you up from Main Street and the fireworks, but explain, is there going to be fireworks on the 4th of July at the beach area or whatever?
There will be no fireworks in the beach area on 4th of July. It will be on the 3rd, July 3rd at El Corazon.
I want you to explain that to people that are coming to the beach for fireworks. It's on the 3rd. They'll be coming up next to explain that, but I appreciate it. Ladies and gentlemen, tell your friends if they don't understand about the date of the fireworks, number 1. Number 2, it'll be crowded at the beach as it always is, and make sure you tell your friends. If you don't get there early, you're probably not going to get a spot at the beach and or parking without walking. So with that in mind, thank you, Nathan. Unless anybody else has a comment. Mr. Jepson, your light is on, so I figured that meant something.
I just, this is a great project. I wanted to thank Nathan Mertz and our whole engineering staff for the coordination. For the most part, we've had good cooperation with the merchants down there, and I think that they appreciate the work that you're doing in coordinating that. And we have some merchants that are taking advantage of the expanded areas already, and I think this will be a great thing and really change the character downtown. So thank you very much. Thank you for the presentation to alert us as to what to expect over the holidays, Mr. Mertz.
Thank you. Councilmember Feller, please.
Nathan, the parade runs Coast Highway, and the pavement's pretty uneven right around Mission. Is that going to be a fix by then, or is it still, with the raised
They're coming up.
crosswalks?
The area will, if you go out to the corner, the southeast corner of Mission Avenue and Coast Highway right now, you'll see that we're going to actually remove that number 2 northbound lane. And to accommodate the parade and the weekend, we'll back out all the K-rail that's out on the street and repave that area in a temporary. It'll be good asphalt, but it'll be a temporary condition. And then when the project's complete at the end of July, that intersection will be redone. We'll chase out that asphalt about 50 or so feet from each direction. The condition of that intersection will pretty much be as is with the 4th of July parade.
But you're going to have a relatively smooth surface?
It'll be
surface.
It'll be able to accommodate whatever's going on out there.
Okay, thanks. Especially somebody who walks.
That too.
No trip and fall.
Thank you, Nathan. I appreciate it. No other questions, or was there a public that had anything on this? I doubt it. Number 1. Thank you, Nathan. And we're going to call up item number 18 next anyhow.
Number 18 is Kathy Nichol.
Kathy, bring your friend with you and muscle behind you.
Honorable Mayor, council members, viewing public, and attendees of the meeting tonight. My name is Kathy Nichol, and I'm here to talk about several things. Of course, the first one is the Oceanside Independence Day Parade. For those of you who don't know, it's been going on in Oceanside since just before the 1900s. So it's a fabulous tradition in Oceanside. We usually have between 100 and 120 participating groups. It's a 2-hour parade. I just think it's awesome. But it always starts at 10 a.m. on Coast Highway at Wisconsin. We do close the streets with the assistance of the city from Oceanside Boulevard all the way to Sports Fisher, as shown on the map that Nathan provided. Thank you. For those of you who wish to participate or who wish to volunteer, please contact me. I will be doing the lineup on Friday. And then we do use 75 volunteers that day. We want to thank Tri-City Medical Center again for being our presenting sponsor this year. Of course, all of the flags that are handed out to the participating groups and our attendees to the parade were provided by Friends of Oceanside Parks and Rec again this year. They hand out a lot of flags. But that's great because that's what we want. And usually the smaller the person, the bigger the flag, if I'm correct. Is that right, Chris? We also have El Camino ROTC helping us out with that. We have gotten water from Buchanan and Associates for our volunteers. We also want to thank Union Bank. They usually are out there every year to provide something like coffee and donuts to our people who are preparing their floats. And of course the city, Mossy Nissan is our sponsor to work with KOCT on televising the parade again this year, so you can see it on KOCT. It is shown several times. We want to thank them. And of course, this year our Grand Marshal is Dave Neidigger from the Chamber. So that'll be fantastic. We do have Wells Fargo is bringing the stagecoach back again this year. Escondido Mounted Posse will be also providing flags and entry at the very beginning. So June 28th, Red, White, and Blue Day. So please bring your lawn chair, your flag, wear your red, white, and blue, and come and celebrate our nation's birthday in Oceanside. Of course, that kicks off our Independence Week. We do have a sunset market on July 3rd. And also on July 3rd, which is our city's anniversary, we have the fireworks at El Corazon off of Rancho Del Oro. There will be a map on the city website concerning road closures and how to park, because there is a lot of parking around that area. But that will be kicking off at 9 p.m. right in the middle of the city. You can see it from just about anywhere, so just get close. It is a beautiful, beautiful way to watch the fireworks in Oceanside. And of course, we have extended services down at the beach on the 4th of July to accommodate beach attendees because it is a family day at the beach on July 4th. As Nathan had brought up earlier, there will be certain streets that will be closed due to parking and how inundated the parking areas are, so they will be doing a closure as each area gets full. But all that information is on the city website and will also be on our website, mainstreetoceanside.com. So we invite you to come down and spend Independence Day, Freedom Week in the downtown and in Oceanside. Hope to see you there.
Kathy?
Yes, sir.
The drawing of Uncle Sam here, is that Dave Manley?
Goodness.
I know, you can't say. Okay, thank
Actually, the drawing itself was done by one of our artists that's at the Sunset Market, Cameron Canales. So he came up with the idea, and if you look in his sunglasses, you can see the pier. So I thought that was a very nice touch.
Well, thank you, Kathy, and for the information.
Thank
Appreciate
you.
it. Mr. Clerk, anybody else on items and off the agenda?
Yes. Next, we have Alicia Wright.
Either one of the podiums, young lady, please.
Okay. Hi, my name is Alicia Wright. I am a lifetime resident of Oceanside. There are 12 prostitution massage parlors that are operating in Oceanside. If you look on Rub Maps, City X Guide, Yelp, and Rub Maps, you can find these businesses advertising. No legitimate massage parlor would ever post an ad on City X Guide or Rub Maps. These places, these massage prostitution parlors are right next to preschools, elementary schools, and middle schools, one being right on Ditmar Middle School. These places are a complete criminal public nuisance to Oceanside, and I'm ashamed that Oceanside has allowed this to come this far. We need to do something now to prevent these sort of businesses, illicit prostitution parlors from even opening. I just want to say that Amber Dubois and Chelsea King were residents of San Diego County, and now we have Amber Law, Chelsea's Law, and Amber Alert. We need to make sure that our police department is maintaining order and security near school facilities, and that they have the opportunity to be empowered and help from other agencies to stop this. Every single time we have a business like this in our city, there is, it's opening the door and it's creating a safe haven and breeding ground for sex crimes, human trafficking, child prostitution, unreported rape, money laundering, HIV transmission, and a more corrupt government. Please, I'm asking you to help us close these places down and make sure that they do not start up again. This is for the welfare of all citizens in San Diego County, and we need to make sure that they don't continue operating at all in our city. I do have a list of these businesses, and it's pretty obvious what they're doing. The San Diego Police Department is voluntarily under investigation, and one of those things is for multiple sexual serial misconduct of police officers. We need to make sure that Oceanside takes prostitution and sex crimes seriously. There was a child prostitution operation that was closed down thanks to Operation Cross Country and Innocence Lost. We need to make sure that criminals can't profit from these exploiting businesses. Thank you.
Young lady, hold on.
Mayor.
Good day for you. All the way back, Chief of Police, and Dave Manley, who's going to wave his hand at you for code enforcement. Go back and see both those gentlemen. Thank
Mayor?
you. Yes, sir.
Might I have the city attorney enlighten? I've approached him about human trafficking and this very issue about a month ago, and what is transpiring with the district attorney and our own way of doing things. If you could just
yeah, just very briefly. Oceanside used to have we still have on the books a conditional use permit requirement for massage establishments. Unfortunately, the state legislature adopted legislation several years ago that prevented us from applying that conditional use permit requirement, as well as all other cities in the state of California. So we've had difficulty
I've been in direct contact with
let him finish.
Yeah, so that's point number one. There is legislation pending right now. There was an assembly bill that was introduced this week that addresses this issue and attempts to provide more local control over these types of establishments that we used to have before the state legislation went into effect that created the Massage Council, which certifies these businesses. Secondly, I think, Jack, you're referring to the human trafficking bill that went into effect.
Right.
And we did provide the district attorney, I think on one day's notice, with a list of all of the businesses in Oceanside that are required to post notices that are designed to limit human trafficking, including these types of businesses. I'm not really optimistic that just posting a notice, though, is going to address all of the issues, but we have been working with the district attorney's office to provide them all of the businesses that fall within the scope of that statute that you were referring to.
But there is a sunset on the law.
There is a sunset on the law, but there has been efforts to renew it, and so again, I could provide a memo to the City Council on the current state of any pending assembly bills that purport to extend that bill.
Thank you.
Go ahead, young lady. Have a comment.
The agency you're talking about, it's a voluntary process. So it's the California Council for Massage Therapy. They've told me that it is the police departments, local police departments' responsibility to stop crime, prostitution crime. To me, it seems like everybody is playing hot potato and there's too much of a distribution of power, and somebody needs to step their foot down and stop these businesses from operating all together. It's clear what they are. We don't want Oceanside to become another happy ending city.
Thank you, ma'am. And if you have more information about where, what, and why, and all that stuff, the two gentlemen I just pointed to, go back and talk to them. I'm sure they'd be happy to take your information, okay? Thank you, ma'am.
Next, we have Aaron Morin.
Good evening.
Hello. Light. Oh, there we go. I always wait for the light. I would love to tell you about something that just happened this past weekend up at South Morrow Hills. We had our first ag tourism. We actually had it, and I had my ranch be on the tour. So we had over 90 people. And yeah, 90 people. Woohoo! And so I think that the Farm Bureau, Lindsay called who is it? Louise Bama. And then Louise Bama says, no, we're not doing it at my house. We're going to do it over at the Gilligans, because the Gilligans have the acreage. And so what we did is we opened up our north gate, and Lindsay came out with volunteers, and we posted signs. There was a piece in the article, and it was really run great. They came through. We gave them the tour. I mean, people were coming, so it was great. We had people from OB, PB, Carlsbad, Orange County. We had people from all San Diego County. And our last group, Mayor Wood, you'd be pleased, they came from India. Oh yeah, they came from India to experience a farm tour. So it was was really well received, and people were asking the right questions about how to run a farm and how much water does it take, and all the questions that were asked for me and Louise. Louise and I got together and we did this together, and it really worked out real well. But by the end of the day, we were like, it's over. So we were beat, but from 9 to 3. So we're looking forward for next year to operate another tour. So we're going to work with the Farm Bureau again. Milano family's going to get on board, I'm hoping. I would love to see Yamanaka and his farm to go. We really need to open up ag tourism. I think it's so important because people really don't know where their food really comes from and where the sourcing is. So this was the best weekend. So I can't wait for next year.
Aaron?
Huh?
Aaron.
Yes?
Try to come out of your shy shell and be more upbeat.
But anyways, and we also, Farm Bureau sold these shirts.
Thank you.
All right.
Thank you all.
Next, we have Ginger Hopkins.
Good evening, everyone. I'm Ginger Hopkins. A direct quote from the puppy store owner.
More mic, I can't hear you. Thank you.
A direct quote from puppy store owner, Mr. Salinas, said, "We have a heart. We only work with the good, legitimate state and federally licensed breeders. We don't do business with the puppy mills." That is not true. This picture of a kennel card was taken inside Mr. Salinas' store. This is one of the breeders he is so proud of. He currently has a puppy from this breeder. Now, we are going to show you the actual USDA inspection report for this particular breeder. Let me tell you about this breeder. Michelle Sonnenberg in Minnesota. USDA inspectors found multiple violations during 5 inspections in a row. In September 2013, inspectors noted a foul odor due to standing water mixed with feces and maggots, a prevalent ammonia urine smell that was strong enough to make the inspectors' eyes burn, dogs without adequate space, and sanitation problems. During the September 2013 visit, more than 430 dogs and puppies on the property. February 2013, an inspector noted an ammonia level strong enough to make the inspector cough and feel a burn in the back of his throat. 2011, inspectors found underweight dogs, dogs with matted fur, numerous unsafe conditions, and puppies with their legs falling through the wire flooring, which, as the inspector noted, risks malnourishment because puppies whose legs are stuck through the wire gaps may not be able to reach their mothers to feed. Now I'm going to tell you about another breeder that Mr. Salinas is so proud of. This picture of the kennel card was also taken from inside Mr. Salinas' store. We also have the USDA inspection report for this breeder. Michelle and William Bloomberg in Missouri. Dogs with eye disease. In May 2013, a USDA veterinary medical officer found dogs with untreated eyes conditions at Locust Creek Farm, including dogs with film on their eyes, crusty discharge, and lesions on their eyes. The officer also found a Pomeranian with evidence of dental disease so severe that the roots of the teeth could be seen. The dog also had fecal matter matted to its fur. The inspector also noted holes in the floor and dirty feeders. The kennel had 378 dogs and puppies. The inspection May 2013. No additional inspections have been done for 2014. The Humane Society of the United States has received many complaints from people who allegedly purchased sick puppies from this creek. Now, I am far from being a public speaker, but have to for this cause. I'm a dog owner and love my dog very much. The dogs at these breeder farms do not get to smell fresh air. They smell feces and ammonia. They never go for walks. Imagine your pet in a small cage for years, ammonia burning your eyes and throats. No love or affection, just made to breed, breed, breed. This is not a partisan issue. Each of us knows what's right. Let's get this horror out of our community. Thank you.
Thank you.
Next, we have Leslie Davies.
I just want to show you some footage. This was taken today in our city.
Mike?
This footage is taken today in our city. These are the puppies that we're talking about that are shipped in. This is right off of Oceanside Boulevard. The address is 1906 Oceanside Boulevard. And about 10 to 15 of these dogs are shoved through the back of that truck every Wednesday. You can see it around any time between 1 and 3 o'clock. The truck is there. And then and this is after the dogs have been hauled, 1,500 miles across country. And actually, one of those trucks actually burned up one time. But when they're leaving, this is what they do. So now the big truck, that big truck that's hauling all those dogs, and you can hear all the dogs barking inside, drives over that curb. And then off they go. Next, they go to Carlsbad, and then the same exact truck with the same license plate, same driver, ends up in Santee, and then it travels on up to Orange County, and it goes into Garden Grove, and it delivers more sick puppies to Garden Grove. So that's the only places we know for sure where it goes. But anyway, thank you.
Thank you.
Next, we have Linda Walshaw.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. Linda Walshaw. I'm the Vice President of Action. Action is the Alliance of Citizens to Improve Oceanside Neighborhoods. We represent 42 neighborhoods in the city of Oceanside. I'm here tonight to call voters' attention to the fact that we have an upcoming election in November. There's a news article presently in Coast News announcing that at least one candidate has stepped forward to run, and that is Mr. Lowry. And I want to read a couple of quotes from that, including the comment that's posted in Coast News. Mr. Lowry said he is compelled to run because of city giveaways he sees going to big developers. He says Oceanside is behaving like we are a bank, giving away interest-free loans to big developers. In this article, Mr. Kern and Mr. Feline are quoted as saying that they are fiscal conservatives and that they have increased our quality of life. And Mr. Kern describes himself as a social moderate. This is the quote that's posted to that article. Mr. Kern and Mr. Feline, quote, fiscal conservatives, question mark, Kern, a social moderate, question mark, that would be funny if only they haven't harmed so many Oceanside communities, taxpayers, and voters along the way. Aren't these the same council members who voted to end rent protections for the 4,000 plus seniors, disabled, and veterans who own their homes in Oceanside's manufactured home parks? Didn't they ignore the 15,484 voters who said no to Prop E in a referendum and then spend $250,000 of your tax dollars on holding a special election that would benefit only park owners and out-of-town developers, their campaign backers? Don't they spend hundreds of thousands of dollars on consulting fees for studies on their pet development projects, $850,000 on the Melrose extension alone, after it had already been rejected by city planning? Wasn't it Mr. Kern and Mr. Feline who closed soup kitchens and homeless shelters? Didn't they vote to strip the mayor's powers of office the day he was sworn in after defeating Kern 2-1? Dump Kern and Feline in 2014. I have a list of 17 items that have been brought to our attention for our organization that people are complaining about just for these 3 council members. So I want to remind everybody that Action is having a meeting on June 22nd at Rancho San Luis Rey Mobile Home Park, Clubhouse 2. Everybody's welcome to come. We're going to plan our strategies for changing this council in November. Thank you.
Next, we have Susanna Ray.
I don't think they heard you. Or did they?
Miss Susanna Ray. Oh, perfect.
Zach is such a good guy. Zach, you're such a gentleman.
ladies and gentlemen of the
Good evening.
council and the public who I hope hear my voice. I am speaking from the privilege of old age. I'm speaking for those who are too shy to speak. I'm speaking for those who are working 3 jobs just to make ends meet and cannot be here. I am speaking for the 99% of the people who live in Oceanside, who pay taxes in Oceanside, and who support the businesses of this city. We, the 99% who do not contribute to certain people's campaign, are standing up to ask that you respond to us, that you respond as you respond to outside developers, as you spend money on outside consultants, of course, who contribute to your campaign, and how much city staff time has this council spent to direct everything that's happened on the Melrose expansion, which Linda Walshaw made a reference to, while at the same time closing our city swimming pools. That happened in the same week, practically, the first reading. How many citizens have you ignored, like the 15,000 plus who signed a referendum when this council made a proposition to put in vacancy decontrol, and then spent money that you said we did not have to force an election? This council needs either to respond or to step down. Thank you.
No further public on this item. No more public on this item.
Thank you very much. Appreciate that. Let's go ahead and go to item number 20, please.
Yes. Item number 20 is adoption of resolutions for the following: approving the appropriation limitation as required by Article 13B of the state constitution as modified by Proposition 111 for fiscal year 2014-2015 as calculated in the resolution, approving the fiscal year 2014-2015 City of Oceanside operating budget, approving the fiscal year 2014-2015 City of Oceanside capital improvements program budget, approving the fiscal year 2014-2015 Community Development Commission operating budget, approving the fiscal year 2014-2015 Harbor District operating budget, and approving the fiscal year 2014-2015 Harbor District capital improvements program budget. And there is a typo on page 1, line 8 of the copy that is included in the agenda packet. The date on the original document for signature has been changed from June 1st to the correct date of June 11th, 2014.
Thank you, sir. With that, Mayor, I'll open this public hearing and request disclosures from council members.
Staff, pardon me, staff and workshops.
Staff and public.
Several staff workshop input from public.
Same as described by the mayor.
Yeah, staff, public, we've wrestled this thing to the ground at least
Thank you.
4 times.
Sorry, Mr. Clerk, any correspondence or petitions?
None.
Thank you very much. With that, our Finance Director, Mr. Riley, how are you tonight, sir?
I'm doing fine,
We didn't
sir.
keep you too late so far, so please go right ahead.
Okay. Thank you, Honorable Mayor, City Council members. It's my pleasure to present to you the General Fund proposed budget for fiscal year 2014 and 15. After I'll be speaking, we'll have a presentation from Peter Weiss about the harbor. We'll have a presentation about CIP from our city engineer, Scott Smith, and then we'll have a presentation about our water utilities from Carrie Davis. Carrie, not Davis, Dale, our water utilities director. The theme for this year's budget is Public Safety and Restoration of Community Services. Those are the things that you'll see in the budget that we have addressed for this fiscal year. Also, we've also made sure that we've set aside some money for PERS, which is a payment on our PERS credit card, per se. We have prudent reserves. Our Healthy Cities is at 12% of our proposed budget for this year. And then we've set aside a small amount for employee wages. As we take a look at the general fund historical trend, we see that expenditures exceeded revenues through 3 years of recession, using approximately $7.3 million of reserves. The decline in expenditures through fiscal year 10-11 to 11-12 was attributable to reduction of staff, of benefits, and of outsourcing. Revenues began to recover in fiscal year 11-12. Full recovery in property value will not be achieved until fiscal year 14-15, and current revenue over expenditure is a result of 3 years of average increases of approximately 2% a year. Just to share briefly with you about 3 of our top revenue categories: sales tax trends, property tax trends, and our transit occupancy tax, TOT. As you can see, our sales tax hit a low in the recession of $17 million in fiscal year 09-10. It recovered to a pre-recession peak in fiscal year 11-12 at $19.5 million. We're projected in this budget that we're proposing, $21.3 million, which is an average increase of 3% over the past 3 years. Next, our property tax trend, which normally lags sales tax by 12 to 18 months, was at its pre-downturn peak of $49.6 million in fiscal year 2008-2009. Reduction through the recession more dramatically took place than with our sales tax, with a greater than 9% reduction in 2 years to $44.9 million. Property tax recovery is slower than sales tax, increasing at an average of 2.25% over 4 years to fiscal year 14-15. The transit occupancy tax, or our TOT tax, decreased due to the recession in fiscal year 09-10. Increase in revenues are due to a new hotel and to additional hotel room construction that will be taking place. Now on to how we came up with our proposed budget. We started with the base rollover budget of $123.4 million. To maintain same services and personnel, this resulted in a rollover increase of $1.9 million over the 13-14 adopted budget. This increase is due to various factors, which include MOU increases, reoccurring appropriations that were approved by the council during the fiscal year 13-14, increase in PERS, and other factors needed to sustain our current services. The fiscal year 2014-15 revenue is projected at $128.4 million, which is an increase of $6.9 million over the last adopted budget. This increase actually represents 3 years of revenue increase at an average of a little more than 2% a year. The expenditures include rollover cost increase of 1.9, which was noted in the previous slide, per set aside for future increases of $1 million, and funds for employee wages of $1.4 million. The remaining $2.6 million represents funds available to be used for increased programs and services for our residents. The funds available is recommended to be allocated to the departments and programs that are listed on the screen. A detailed description of each follows. At the direction of City Council, the following items are included. Our fire truck at $500,000, fireworks at $25,000, Arts Commission of $25,000, Marshall Street Pool of $60,000, and deferred building maintenance of $150,000, giving us a total of $760,000, which were City Council directed items. While I go through the department allocations, if there are any questions, we do have department directors available to answer any questions. For general government, 104 is allocated for improved and enhanced services. This includes contract services in the city manager's office, and economic development regional contracts with SDE, DC, and our North County EDC, and for financial services for parking adjudication and for cash receipts hardware. In addition to the fire truck in our fire department, for fire services, $829,000 was allocated for 2 part-time lifeguards and fire suppression overtime to fully staff our fire. For police services, $698,000 is allocated for 2 new dispatchers, for 2 new officers for downtown with our HOT team, which is our homeless outreach team, and for gang suppression, we have 2 new officers as well. For development services, we have $62,000 allocated for increased demand in services and required training. And for neighborhood services, we're showing $122,000 allocated for restored and continued services at various recreation centers. And for our library, $88,000 is allocated to restore hours at Mission Branch and to restore services with the Adelante Bookmobile. This totals $2.6 million when we take all these departments and these programs together. We'll next talk about the use of one-time funding from our unallocated reserves. The council had directed funding of $450,000 annually for the RCS radio project. Staff is proposing to set aside $1 million in unallocated reserves from the general fund, in addition to $3.6 million from excess liability reserves, totaling $4.6 million toward project costs. Total project cost is projected at approximately $8.5 million and will be phased in over several years. Additional funding for this project will come from grants and other revenue sources. Additional one-time funding from reserves include for the long-range planning of $1.4 million, which is approximately using $280,000 over a 5-year period, and then also capital costs for unmarked police cars, lifeguard watercraft replacement, and for a parking lot pay machine. Community services GRIP programs are gang intervention programs aimed at youth in the communities of Crown Heights, Eastside, La Casita, and Liberty Lake. An additional $122,000 is proposed from unallocated reserves to fund the program through the end of fiscal year 2014-15. Future funding after fiscal year 2014-15 will be dependent on receiving grant funding. The total of proposed one-time allocations from unallocated reserves for the fiscal year 14-15 is $2.7 million. An additional $1 million is proposed to be added to the Healthy City Fund to maintain its 12% of total general fund expenditures. General fund reserves are therefore estimated to be $28.4 million at June 30th, 2014. That concludes my presentation. At this time, I'd like to turn it over to Mr. Weiss to share about Harbor.
Thank you,
Mayor,
Mr. Rowley.
can we ask questions now, or do you want to wait until?
Why don't we wait to the end and do it once? Thank you, sir. Hey,
Honorable
Peter.
Mayor, council members, good evening. I'm going to go over with you briefly the harbor budget. Effectively, it is a rollover budget with just a couple minor changes. One of them is the upgrade of the Harbor and Beaches Coordinator position to a Harbor Manager position, and let you know that that recruitment has closed and interviews are scheduled for the end of this month. We're also upgrading the harbor financial system and replacing one patrol boat. The replacement of the boat is going to be financed from the fleet reserves with the repayment plan that's going to be funded with a portion of the $80,000 that you see there. About $25,000 is going to be allocated to the replacement and the balance set aside for future boat replacements. The Harbor and Beaches Advisory Committee has asked for some additional information and justification for the number of both police boats as well as police officers in the harbor, and those studies are being done. Some pending issues with the Harbor and Beaches Advisory Committee that may affect the harbor budget moving forward, not this time though. The only changes in the budget are those three that I identified for you. Is also to convert the parking lot lights to LED along with the citywide project, which will result in a cost savings long term with the utility cost reductions. Upgrading the restrooms and service building and dock security, the overall vessel replacement cost that I just mentioned to you. There's an additional lift station and force main that need to be upgraded and replaced. The police staffing study. There's also an issue of the harbor slip transfer policy where we allow the slips to be transferred with the sale of the boat. The expanded office hours, and that will be dependent upon the success of the financial system. And there's been an ongoing issue with gray water discharge. I'm sure you've seen some of those emails. Those items are going to be taken up by the Harbor and Beaches Advisory Committee over the next several months with recommendations coming forward to you. But as it relates to the direct changes in the budget, again, it's a rollover budget with those three minor changes. And that concludes my presentation.
Thank you, Peter.
Honorable Mayor, council members, Scott Smith, City Engineer. This CIP presentation is not a comprehensive examination of each individual project. It simply highlights special interest projects which may be new, existing, or requiring additional funding. As we go through the slides, you'll notice that the content's similar to the memorandum which was circulated to you previously. The slides are intended to follow the progression of the tabs within the CIP budget binder. The order of the presentation will be as follows. I'll present the CIP, the entire CIP, except the water utilities projects, and then Ms. Carrie Dale will present the water utilities projects. After the presentation, staff will be available to answer any questions that you may have. This first slide is a pie chart which identifies that there's approximately $90 million in projects. Approximately $13 million of that is new money, and there's over 110 new project line items. The Transnet operating existing projects include the street restoration effort, which has been identified as a priority by council in the past, 2 bridge projects, a detention basin at Low Malta Creek and RDO, the Coast Highway Corridor Study, and TMC work, Transportation Management Center. A particular note is a Coast Highway Bridge over San Luis Rey River. Staff is pleased to currently being told that 100% of that is going to be reimbursed through federal funds. New projects within the Transnet budget include the Quiet Zone construction drawings, North Avenue slope protection, accessibility projects, and an ancillary access at El Corazon at Ocean Ranch Boulevard. The thoroughfare fee fund is funded through developer impact fees. And existing projects include the Melrose project, 3 College Boulevard projects, the thoroughfare master plan, as well as El Camino Real Bridge widening. The drainage projects are also funded by developer impact fees. And that includes the San Luis Rey River clearing, master plan and drainage fee schedule update, the MHCP, which is the Multiple Habitat Conservation Plan, and North Avenue Channel Protection Study. Municipal buildings include, are funded by developer impact fees as well as general fund. And they include the radio replacement, fire truck replacement, the backup power for the EOC at Civic Center, design study, 2 beach restroom projects, and a Brooks Pool site assessment. And finally, my last slide is the miscellaneous city projects which are funded through general fund, which includes the long-term zoning effort as well as money sets aside for the Arts Commission. That concludes my presentation. I'd like to turn the podium over to Ms. Carrie Dell for the water utilities portion.
Thank you.
Good evening,
Hi, how you doing?
Mayor and council members. I feel like I've been here before. This presentation provides an overview of capital projects for the water utility, which were presented at the infrastructure workshop earlier this spring in detail, as well as your budget workshop. This table shows existing rehabilitation and replacement projects for the water utility. These projects are funded by user fees, development buy-in fees, grants, and by bonds. Some of the more important projects on this slide include improvements to the two treatment plants, the Weiss plant and the desalter plant, as well as structural repairs to reservoirs and the South Oceanside water main replacement project. New projects for this fiscal year include 2 significant projects: the Lake Boulevard Pump Station, which I know Councilmember Kern has been very interested in. This will get us more of our treated water throughout different parts of the city, as well as the downtown water pipeline replacement project, which is a multi-year project. This slide shows existing water supply projects, and they are being put forward in order to meet Council's goal of 50% local supplies by the year 2030. Of note is the Ocean Hills Area Recycled Water Project, which will be the first water project which will get large-scale recycled water throughout the community. The total for water projects for fiscal year 15 is $33.9 million. And moving on to sewer, this slide shows existing rehabilitation and refurbishment projects. Some of the more notable projects that are existing include several upgrades or maintenance and repair projects at the San Luis Rey wastewater treatment plant, as well as technology upgrades denoted as sewer SCADA upgrades, and that's the technology that helps us operate our systems remotely. New projects for this fiscal year include downtown sewer pipeline replacement projects, as well as CCTV, which is a video camera of our sewer pipeline, helps us assess the condition of our pipelines. When we last presented this presentation to you, there was discussion about traffic concerns in the downtown area, and staff has noted that you would like us to work very closely with pavement overlay and other projects in the downtown area to minimize impacts. The total CIP for the sewer fund is approximately $22 million. And I'm going to be bringing up the other slide. The following presentation depicts proposed revenues and expenditures for water, sewer, and solid waste utilities. The overall expenditures for these utilities, exclusive of transfers, is $110 million. For water, revenues and transfers are projected to be $74.9 million, and charges for service, which are the bulk of the revenues coming into the water fund, are at nearly $59 million and are anticipated to increase nearly $7 million this year. Charges for service include revenues for fixed water service costs, water consumption, miscellaneous fees for service, and revenue for water sales to Vista Irrigation District. Charges for service fund the operating budget, as well as fund the annual replacement costs of $6.8 million for water capital, for the capital projects we just discussed. Water sales to Vista account for an additional $573,000 in revenues this fiscal year and reflect operational optimization at the waste treatment plant. Also of note, water sales are anticipated to bring in $4.5 million in additional revenues, both due to projected increased water usage of 28,000 acre-feet per year from a historical low in fiscal year 11 of 24,300 acre-feet per year. Developer fees and use of money and property have been adjusted downwards to reflect actual trends in developer revenues and lower projections for interest earnings. The $14.8 million variance in other represents a transfer out of the operating fund and into the capital fund, consistent with department policy. Anticipated expenditures in the water fund and transfers total approximately $70 million. Small capital outlay within the operating budget includes approximately $95,000 for leak detection equipment and tools at the water plants. Interfund charges and personnel services show decreases of $300,000 and $39,000 respectively. The maintenance and operations budget increased by approximately $7 million, chiefly due to anticipated increases in the overall amount of purchased water, as well as one-time costs of $700,000 to pay for 1/3 of the overall cost to replace the utility billing system. And that's used by both water, sewer, and solid waste. Transfers out also reflect a $14.8 million transfer from operating to capital, and the net total for the water fund reflects a surplus. For the sewer utility, revenues and transfers are projected to be $48 million. Revenue categories attributed to charges for service are fixed and variable sewer service fees, revenue for treating rainbow flows at the San Luis wastewater treatment facility, as well as reimbursements from Fallbrook, Camp Pendleton, and the City of Vista for outfall and sewer flow transfers. Total revenues are $36.6 million, and they fund the operating and annual replacement costs of $8.3 million for water capital. The increase of $1.5 million in charges for service is attributable to increases in flow-related charges as a result of implementing the cost of service study that was approved last year. As in the water fund, developer fees and use of property and money have been adjusted downward to reflect actual trends in developer revenues and lower projections for interest earnings. Other revenues and transfers reflect a $10.9 million transfer from operating to capital. Anticipated sewer expenditures and transfers total $35.2 million. As with water, interfund charges and personnel services have both been adjusted downwards. Maintenance and operations costs reflect an increase in costs of a little over $1 million, and as with water, a portion of that, $700,000, is attributable to 1/3 of the cost to replace the billing system. Additionally, a variance in the amount of nearly $11 million for transfers out reflects a transfer from the operating fund to capital, and the net cash flow reflects a surplus. The following tables for solid waste fund are different. They're corrected compared to those that were shown in the budget workshop, and that's why there's some hard copies in front of you. For the solid waste utility, revenues are projected to total nearly $20 million. There's an increase of $400,000 in revenues for contract trash, and that reflects the CPI increase of 1.74% that was adopted by council a meeting or two ago and allowable under the waste management contract. The action also reduced the amount of revenue going into the rate stabilization fund by approximately $260,000. Revenues remain flat for the collector payment of $1.7 million, and that payment reflects 9% of gross receipts for the first contract year of the waste management contract. Gross net revenues of 9%, which are greater than $1.7 million, are called excess revenues and reflect $80,000 of the revenues in the table. Miscellaneous and solid waste revenue increases of $18,000 are attributed to increased donations and recycling rebates from the state. Waste and recycling administration costs total approximately $21.7 million and include decreases of $100,000 in interfund charges, maintenance and operation cost increases of $1 million, which includes the $700,000 expense for the billing system, as well as increased payments to waste management. The waste and recycling admin budget funds contract administration, payments to waste management, and its proportional share of the costs of utility billing system and the centralized call center. Personnel services reflect an increase of $100,000 in order to fully implement the zero waste plan, and transfers out remain flat. The cash flow shows a deficit for waste and recycling admin of $1.7 million. Other revenues coming into the solid waste fund include stormwater revenues as a component of the solid waste bill, as well as a separate line item on the bill entitled City Services, and this is a flat charge of $3.77 on each bill. This is another corrected slide here. You'll notice there's a gold bar at the bottom. This is the expenditures shown for City Services. And City Services and stormwater revenues fund the street sweeping program, solid waste share of risk management costs, code enforcement related to solid waste activities, storm drain inlet cleaning, landfill maintenance, and right-of-way cleanup. Costs for risk management decreased slightly, while the transfer to the general fund for street sweeping, right-of-way cleanup, and landfill maintenance showed a very slight increase. The area that I've highlighted in gold reflects the overall cash flow for the fund, and this is a correction from the workshop. And although the corrected amount is lower than shown previously, the fund still does show a deficit. And as discussed during the workshop, staff will be evaluating the city services fees and the use of the rate stabilization fund at the same time as the water and sewer fund rate reviews are being done in the next month, and we'll return to council with a recommendation in concert with the other utility rate recommendations. These are some of the more notable changes in the funds. The $2.1 million is for replacement of the utility billing system. And in water, we've had increases for additional chemical purchases at the wastewater filtration plant as a result of selling water to Vista Irrigation District, increases at the Mission Basin Treatment Facility for electricity, as well as temporary personnel, an addition of $400,000 for water meter purchases, and a transfer from operating to capital to fund capital projects. And in sewer and solid waste, these are the more notable changes. With that, that ends my presentation. We'll all be at the side for questions.
Thank you, Carrie. Mr. City Manager, any input before we go to the public?
No, I don't, Mr. Mayor. If we could get comments from the public. I would assume then you'll bring it back, council questions.
Ooh, you betcha. Okay. Anyhow, if I would from staff, as questions come up from the public, if you take notes or try to answer them, not at the time, but afterwards, I'd appreciate it. With that.
This is a public hearing item. Any members of the public wishing to speak on this item may come forward at this time. I know some of you have turned in blue sheets. If you want at this time to just come forward and make lines at the podium, that would be great.
Ladies and gentlemen, before we start, there's two podiums. If you have your list in, you don't have to have it. You can come up to any one of the podiums and speak for 3 minutes, or not as long as you want, but 3 minutes. Come on up and wait at the other podium when you get started, and that way you're ready to go. Thank you.
Mayor, council members, Jimmy Knott, 127 Shirley Lane. Plus, I have to also disclose I am a member of the Utilities Commission, also the chair of the Budget Committee, and I'm speaking only for myself. You know my views on the general aspects of the budget. I actually believe that we are being optimistic by 25%. I think that you need to have a discussion on, in light of the recent recession, what is an appropriate buffer. I think that it might need to be increased. Also, again, what was not mentioned, what was the lighting expense that you've allocated, the veterans allocation of $600,000 that was not included. Also, there was a request from council for vector control over at the Buena Vista Lagoon. That was not included as well. The hot teams should be charged to the DA office and also to social services for dumping the homeless here in Oceanside, because there are one-way tickets from other states and drop-offs from other communities into our city. They have been witnessed. I think that in the solid waste budget that there needs to be a reconciliation. And I think that the City Council needs to look at this matter also with your policy manual. Because the City Council's policy, if you look at it, under utilities, there is not one word. The City Policies Manual, City Council's policy manual, I think needs to be set forth with maybe a directive to follow a guideline that we have set forth into our committee, is saying that in all enterprise funds into the utilities, there should be no deficits. This would take and then prevent what is occurring into the solid waste enterprise area. Plus, it would give us grounds to take and investigate further when we are, for us on the committee. But I do want to say that there are possible other funding possibilities that are coming up. We do have the President has just signed a bill for about $19 billion, if my memory serves me correct. And also the state has just released the groundwater basin list. We are number 69 out of 514 sites. And that means that our concerns are way up there on the state level. So thank you very much.
Good evening, Council. My item concerns Brooks Pool and getting a proper pool, competition pool for this city. My understanding is the pool is somewhere in the vicinity of 50 years old. No one quite knows because it's been here for a very long time. I've gone through a lot of stories with people asking them how old it is, and usually the story entails a parent telling me how their son or daughter was promised a pool at some point, a proper public pool at some point in their lifetime. So this is several generations, 50 years, several generations. And this is really about having a proper pool for our swim programs. This includes El Camino and Oceanside. This includes water polo, swimming, and then the general public having a way to learn how to swim when you have an ocean adjacent to your city. And, you know, this is a large city, and cities like Vista and Carlsbad have very good pool situations. And from those very good pool situations, you know, Vista being the wave, Carlsbad has a pool at the high school that's shared by the public, and then also they have Del Norte now. They have programs. And these programs teach kids how to swim at the basic level, but also teach them how to compete at a higher level. And we're talking about programs that spin off scholarships, send kids to schools, prestigious schools. So this is the kind of thing that you need. And what happens now is parents are driving their kids from Oceanside to Carlsbad, to Del Mar, to wherever they need to go to get in a pool that's the proper size. And the problem is Brooks is 33 instead of 25 yards, which makes it not competition, which makes it not somewhere you're going to bring a program that a kid that's going to get into competition is going to go if you're really deadly serious about it. So it kind of goes back to my understanding that there's some money from Marshall Pool that you guys have put aside, and then maybe there's some pool money to look at an assessment for Brooks, and I'd like to see that widened. Also, frankly, I kind of looked at the beach. There was a lot of money allocated for beach bathrooms. I'd love to see that pushed towards a public pool, a quality public pool in Oceanside. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hello there, City Council members.
Pull the mic in for we can hear you. Thank you.
My name's
You're doing fine.
What?
You're doing fine.
Okay. My name's Tatiana Barr, and I'm going to be a junior in the upcoming year at El Camino High School. I've been swimming at Brooks literally since I was a baby. I've been in the water as long as I can remember. I'm not going to stand up here and beg and plead to you to make your decision. I'm just going to tell you a few things. Let me start with sheer importance of this pool. Whether the choice is to have a new facility built or fix Brook Street, it will be a decision that's long overdue. Both El Camino and Oceanside High School are forced to practice at a pool that's not the regulation length nor depth. During water polo, we practice and hold games where the pool's deepest is at 10 feet and the lowest we go is 5 feet. Granted that the point is to tread water, however, for us at times and our competitors, it's a force of habit to touch the bottom, which just causes turnovers. Another problem is swim season, with our pool being a 33-yard pool unlike regular 25-yards pool. In a regular 25-yard pool, a 100-meter is 4 lengths. However, at our current pool at Brook Street, a 100 meter is 3 lengths, as well as the 500-meter freestyle, which is normally 20 lengths, is only 15 lengths, as well as other events. Another problem, still sticking to the length and depth of the pool, is the talent and dedication some of these kids have. We have many past and present, both swimmers and water polo players who are going to or who have pursued their college career with one of these 2 aquatic sports. It doesn't seem right that when we are having a home game and supporting our school that we have to adjust and compete in it. Not saying that we are so special and everything has to be perfect, however, if we have kids who want to or are going to attend a nice college for swimming or water polo, why should they have to practice and compete in a non-regulation sized pool? For me personally, I went to play water polo in college. Water polo has more than consumed my time. However, it's my choice and I do it to compete at a high level, and that's what I want. And it really is devastating not to be able to have a pool that's right. Our aquatic programs have always been a fun event to watch, and we're growing more each and every year thanks to all of our amazing coaches and their dedication. In the year 2013, the girls' water polo team went to CIF seeded 7th. That was the first time in 5 years we went to CIFs. We also have been conquering teams both last year and the year before, with a reoccurrence this past year at CIF. As well as the swim team, with the boys winning 2nd overall at CIFs in 2013, the swim team has also had a reoccurrence at CIFs for more than the past 10 years. We have a fast young handful of both boys and girls blossoming and becoming faster and faster. What I'm trying to get to is that sports are a getaway for some people. They're time to have fun and become better. I know they are for me. So why not have a beautiful pool to do it in? Brooks really is my home away from home. However, just like in life, you may need to make changes and grow more. So let's not have more ennui and build a facility for us and the next generation to come. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening, Mayor, council members. My name is Garrett Rutz. I'm the head coach of the boys water polo team. I coached that season with she was just talking about in 2013. I also run the Oceanside Water Polo Club. We obviously know why we need to improve the pool, but the thing I want to emphasize is that we already have the existing infrastructure there. We've been paying for this pool for 50 plus years. We're paying year after year for the pool, and we're spending a lot of money to keep correcting problems that are going to keep reoccurring because the pool is very old. Some of the reasons why we need improvements: the programs are growing too large and the pool size cannot accommodate them at all. It's impossible. The city is losing revenue daily because if you have more space and a bigger pool, you have more water to rent out to programs. And you also cannot accommodate more than one practice at once, which means 9 months during the high school seasons for both boys and girls water polo and boys and girls swimming, the high schools have to split 4 to 5 hours of practice blocks. If you have a 10 to 16 lane pool, you can practice them all at once with the same amount of staffing that's already there. In addition to the existing infrastructure, we already have a lifeguard division in place. Nothing new is going to be created from this. And then obviously we have the club facilities using year-round. We don't need any more of those. They're just going to keep growing. When you saw those little soccer girls come up here with all their medals, that will never happen with water polo or swimming until we have a bigger pool. I've had a ton of parents, and I talked about this last city council meeting, come up or have come to me and wanting to have their kids play in our pool in our city and in my water polo program. But I can't do that, and I have to send them to other cities and other programs because we don't have the pool size to accommodate. The big thing is that who's going to benefit from this? First one I talk about is the city. The city is going to save money because on a new filter and heating system, which is expensive at first, you are going to save money month after month, even with a bigger body of water, because the one we have now is 60 years old. Technology has obviously gotten a lot better. The city is going to increase revenue because more water can be rented. And the city will save money because they can run simultaneous high school practices instead of 2 practice blocks at once. The residents and surrounding areas are going to have a safe and clean, legitimate pool for recreation. And on top of that, that pool at Brook Street is around one of the most impoverished areas in the city. If you give those kids a place to go to, I can guarantee you they're not going to participate in as much crime as they grow older. That is the broken window theory. And then also the high school programs and club teams will be able to further expand their programs and ensuring that more kids can learn the value of hard work and personal responsibility, which I fear is being lost in my generation. The solution is to remodel and renovate the existing land and structures, create a 40-yard by 25-yard standard pool with a new heating and filter system, and then tear down the concrete wall surrounding Brook Street and put up a wire fence to show the residents how beautiful the new pool is and the people passing by on the freeway. My final thought. Although I hear the concerns of the city in regards to having a high school chip in for the renovations, I believe, even though it may be contrary to some of the supporters of a new pool, that the high schools should not have to pay for the renovations. The high schools need to focus on education, teacher salaries, students' textbooks, and the overall learning environments on their respective campuses. If the high schools can come up with enough money to chip in for this project, then they should build their own pools on their own campuses. This is a city pool which has been neglected for many years, and it's time for the city to fix this program. Thank you for your time.
Hello, good evening. My name is...
You have to pull the mic down so we can hear you. Thank you.
Thank you. Good evening, my name is Midori Simovic. I'm a mother of a water polo and swim team player. I stood here last time too, and I just looking at the budget and listening to people, and including a nice lady, very old lady. She mentioned about the loss of swimming pool times. It's not just about the high school children. By the way, there are a lot of high school children here today to support, and then really showing for the support for the aquatic center. I have opened the organization to support Oceanside aquatic programs, but my frustration is that there is not a home base for us to collect interests right now. With the little swimming pools here and there, there is no event that can be invited to our Oceanside city, where everywhere we have actually awesome swimmers and water polo players, but they are playing outside Oceanside city right now, unfortunately, including my son and a couple of players right here. Actually, they play for Vista or Carlsbad right now because there is not a decent swimming pool. And then Oceanside Water Polo Club, the gentleman who stood here, is trying really hard to push Oceanside city program, but he has to work within a very limited space, and he can not accept everybody. So I just would like you to consider creating a home for the aquatic people in Oceanside City. Thank you.
Thank you. Two podiums, folks. If you want to come up and speak, you can wait at the other podium while somebody's talking. They should go a little quicker. Good evening.
Hi, how's it going, Mayor, City Council members? My name is Juan Hernandez, and I think I don't know too much about the numbers as far as the budget goes. I don't know anything about how he'd go about doing an engineering assessment for the pool, but I would like to share just a couple thoughts about how infectious swimming in the pool is. I'm a parent. My son, well, I'll step back from it. I'm probably not the only person here who could share a story about jumping in Brook Street with all my clothes, trying to figure out how to save myself, you know, during swim lessons. And so that's kind of how my son started. And shortly after 4 weeks of lessons, we went camping and went to the lake, and my son's asking for a life jacket. I'm like, are you kidding me? 4 weeks of swim lessons, and we need a life jacket. So what we did, we got a recommendation from the lifeguards at the pool, said, hey, why don't you throw him in the Oceanside Swim Club? So he joined the Oceanside Swim Club, and now 2 years into it, he loves swimming. But it's not enough for him just to love swimming. Dad got sucked into becoming an official. That'd be me for the meets. Dad got sucked into becoming a board member for the Oceanside Swim Club. Again, that's me. Now here working with a bunch of other great people planning for the annual Labor Day swim, Pier Swim, 85th annual coming up. And so the pool is a big hub for a lot more than just some swim lessons that happen during the summer. We have these awesome high school students who swim during the year on the swim team, who swim on water polo, and little guys like my son and the other kids in the Oceanside Swim Club look up to these students, and not having a real place to swim, or not being able to have this idea of there's much more to look for after high school, because they're going to be looked at as a competitive swimmer, a competitive water polo player. It obviously is going to change the direction that they can go, right? If they don't see they can go anywhere that direction, then don't get me wrong, I love Oceanside High School football, but kids are going to look for those sports where they know there's revenue, there's popularity, and know they can go someplace. So just some things to consider if you have a chance to take a look at the budget and determine whether or not you can look into the assessment about really working with a pool that's got a lot of history for probably a lot of people in this room, and will hopefully continue to have history for our kids and these high school students. And just appreciate your time and consideration.
Thank you.
If anyone else would like to speak on this item, you can come forward at this time.
I see none, Mr. Clerk, but I'm going to go back to staff. If you have any other questions or response to any of those asked, I know most of it was about the pool and money. If you're not, I can ask the city manager if he wishes to address any of the concerns or issues.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I do have some responses, mostly to Mr. Knott. The issue with regard to the community need for a new pool, I certainly understand that and support whatever we need to do to move in that direction, Mr. Mayor. Mr. Knott had noted that we're over projected by 25%. We've realized 2.5% increase in our revenues over the last 3 years, and perhaps his comment was more to making sure that we have adequate reserves. I feel that, and I think that our finance director can chime in on this, that our projections are reasonable. They're in the mid-range, not remarkably conservative, but not overly aggressive. And one could always assume that maybe we're going to miss that. It's not a science. It is an art in projecting revenues. He mentioned vector control, and we got direction from the council with regard to Buena Vista Lagoon to look at alternative funding and services in that area. We have not budgeted any additional money. If we need to, and I think the mayor addressed this issue before, that we would have to come back to council for extra services, and this community has purchased those in the past. The relationship between the DA's office and our HOT team, I certainly didn't consider that. If I had a way of charging that back to them, I would. I don't think that we're going to make a lot of progress in that regard, but we still need the HOT team. And then the reconciliation and solid waste, we did acknowledge that at the workshop, that we need to make sure that not just solid waste, but all of our utilities are sustainable within the revenue stream. I don't believe that it's going to be problematic for the single year, but on an ongoing basis, we want to make certain of where we are, and we will bring that back for examination. With that, Mr. Mayor, perhaps the panel here would like to chime in and add something to that. If not, I'd return it to you for City Council consideration.
Thank you, sir. I appreciate that.
Yes, I'll chime in on the lighting that was mentioned. I believe it was $25,000 that has been put into the budget. I just didn't spotlight it, but that has been included in this year's budget. Also, the money for the veterans, that was something that I believe was supposed to be brought back to council, so there hasn't been a council decision on that as yet. But I believe the funding of that, if that is approved, would come out of our reserves.
And I'll chime in on the groundwater basin, which is a non-budget item, but we are aware of the designation.
Go ahead.
In regards to Brook Street Pool, looking over the capital funding, it appears that there's adequate funds to evaluate Brook Street as well as a standalone. So if that's something that council wants to consider. We already have Brook Street, I think, identified right now in the site assessment.
Thank you. We're going to come back to the council, but thank you. I have to close the public hearing and come back to the council. Councilmember Feller is on the light first, so Mr. Feller.
Thank you. The school district does not pay anything regarding the pools. We open it for the school. Is that correct?
I can have Neighborhood Services address that. My understanding is that we have an exchange agreement with them, that we do use pool facilities, and we use school facilities, and they use our pool facilities, and it's pretty much a wash.
Yeah. And Carrie, can we call that collector payment a $1.7 million tax instead of a collector payment? I'm just kidding.
I think that's a legal question.
That's not a question.
Yeah, it's rhetorical. Yeah. And as far as the harbor, the discussion was some pending items, and I think we really need to tighten some of those issues down, especially the sale of slips along with a boat. We had talked about that earlier. James, would you mind putting the second graph up on the screen? And then I'm going to ask the question of, it was a funding or revenue versus expenditure, red and blue. Like your second slide. Can somebody explain to me what the red increase in expenditure was in 2010, 9-10?
The red back in 2009 and 2010, which is showing the more expenditures than revenue.
And was there a certain cause that we know of? Does anybody have?
Mr. Mayor and council members, we tried to normalize this graph and took out the capital infusions. So what you're looking at is your normal operating cost comparison from year to year. Unless there was an anomaly there, this is related, 85% of your cost is personnel based.
Okay, well, I think for those that are out there, that really set us in a wrong direction at that time, and I think I'd call that the Lowry spike. As far as the pool, I've attended a lot of the, thank you, again, another rhetorical question, but I think it's very important to know since we're being threatened again. I've been to several swim meets, swim functions, whether it's water polo, for many years, and I know it's a challenge. the city manager, when he was here before, talked a lot about providing a swimming pool. And the thing that's always held us back is the operation, not so much the cost. I think it's time for us to nail that down. You have 10,000 for a study, is that correct, for Brook Street? But we spoke about having a little extra to, maybe look at other locations. And so maybe that is something that we could instruct the staff and city manager to come back and, you who are here tonight, the young people and the adults that you're kind of on the tip of the spear. We're hopeful that the budget revenue continues to grow, and you may or may not see it in your career at El Camino, but you may be leading for the people that are following, the ones that might be in 7th and 8th grade now. So I think the city manager said that he's very interested in trying to look at a pool, and he'd be willing to take our direction. I know Peter Weiss has had every boy and every girl in his family swim, so he even swims. And I think it's time to look at that pool. I'm glad you're here tonight as young people and adults to tell us what you think, and I think we're going to probably make a dent in your cause with this next budget. So that's I would make a motion to adopt all these recommendations that staff has, along with possibly additional comments that the city council makes. So
okay, I'll second the motion. That way it's on the floor.
Deputy Mayor.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I don't know how many people learned to swim at the Brook Street pool on the council, but I did. I was a kid, OHS class of 74, so that gives you a sense how long it's been there. It was definitely there long before I took the classes, and I am probably the most passionate about this. $10,000 is not enough. We need to do something about this, and we need to do something about this now. So I'm glad Councilmember Feller is in agreement. I brought this up at the workshop. I thought that I had heard that it was going to be more than $10,000. $10,000 doesn't pay for a study at all. And it certainly doesn't get it going to making it happen within just, a short time. So I really want us to commit to this, that we're going to do this, not kick the can down the street, so to speak, because it was like that when I was growing up. I knew that it was, not the best. It was ours. There were only 30,000 people living in Oceanside at the time that I graduated from Oceanside High in 1974, and now there's 180,000 people, and we still only have one functioning swimming pool. So this is a terrible situation. We need to make both pools working, and we need to make sure that at the very least Brook Street is done immediately. So I want that to happen, not just $10,000. We have the funds. This is a project that we can commit to, and we should commit to immediately. So that's my first point. Second point, I know Councilmember Feller looks at this differently regarding our waste hauler contract. There were 4 of us on the council. What year was that? 2010?
Somewhere around there.
Somewhere around there. And we couldn't agree on the council to have a competitive bid on our waste hauler contract. For years, we had waste management, and we did not have a competitive bid at all. We didn't do it for several years. I want to say several decades. We finally were able as a council to say, okay, we can't agree to send it out to see, who can get us the best deal, which is what everybody does, right? You shop around, you try to find who's going to give you the best deal. We couldn't do that because, we couldn't, there were 2 of us, it was 2 and 2. So what we did finally agree is that we would get a consultant to see if Waste Management could give us a better deal. Well, that consultant was able to get us, for the first time, a franchise fee worth, in 13 years, $26 million. That is a big chunk of money coming to the council for city services, for services to our community. That didn't happen before. Franchise means that you're giving a contract to one hauler. Could have been 2, could have been 3, could have been somebody else doing the commercial, but that was us pushing. And I'm happy to say that there were 4 of us who then agreed to that. 4 of us. It's not a tax. We have actually kept the cost down for a waste hauler, and on top of that, we're doing tremendous, fantastic programs in teaching our community the importance of recycling. Recycling not only is saving our planet and leaving it for you guys, you kids, to a better place, and actually you're teaching us because you know the importance of recycling more than, say, some of us here on the dais. But it also was a big economic boom for us. Recycling means we get dollars back. So I just want to say that, this is a different way that Councilmember Feller looks at this, but $26 million for our residents was a great deal, and it continues to be a great deal. Number 3, sale of the slips. I don't think that our advisory committee, Harbor and Beaches Advisory Committee, sees this the same way. There is a value to a boat. That is connected to the lease. You always, when you lease something, there's a value to that. So now we're going to say, okay, you don't get the value of this because you want to sell your boat. That doesn't make any sense to me at all, especially when we have practically a 0 vacancy rate in our harbor right now. We raised the fees for the boat owners. Basically, 75% of the revenues come from the slip fees. So it's basically paying for itself. And I don't think it would be fair to then take this value away. A lease is a property right, and it's kind of surprising that a property rights person would say that. Number 4, the vector control issue that was brought up. Vector control issue is actually not a money issue. It is a jurisdiction issue. It is a design issue. If we do nothing to the Buena Vista Lagoon, and we know that it's dying, you smell it, you see the bugs there, it's dying. The reeds are choking out the nutrients out of the lagoon. It's choking it. It's really a horrendous situation what's going on in our Buena Vista Lagoon. Again, I remember when it was no reeds and there were it was really nice lagoon. What needs to happen is it needs to be flushed. If it was flushed with the seawater, those reeds would die, and there would not be this vector control issue. There is a vector control department with the county, and they collect a tax, that is a tax, every year from everybody, from all property owners, and that money, which it's like lots and lots of money is used for that purpose. It was, I think it was 10 years ago that tax passed. Before that, yes, it was our responsibility to, put money in to try to financially address the issues of the lagoon, but that's no longer the case. The county actually is very well, in a very good situation to do that. Next issue, Melrose Drive extension. This $1.2 million is a waste of taxpayer money. It is a waste of money to straighten out a road. It is only to increase development in our agricultural lands. We already heard, what's happening in our ag lands. It is so important to maintain this mixed economy here in Oceanside. That is going to sustain us again into our future. We need to have this. We have the largest farms in the whole county. They do a lot to sustain us in the county, so we need to maintain that, and we don't need this Melrose extension out and east. What we need is the development to be closer to where the services are, because when you develop out east, it creates huge problems for everybody else, because then you have to build another sewage treatment plant, pipes, all this infrastructure, and guess who gets to pay for that? All Oceanside residents. Double our bills, our water bills, for development out east. We don't need that. We need development to be where our services already are. This, again, is a waste, a huge waste of taxpayer money. So I want this to be, the last time we were at the workshop, I thought that you were going to go ahead and look at this much harder in terms of the Brook Street pool, and I'm back on the Brook Street pool, summarizing here. I don't see that anything happened. It's still a measly $10,000. That doesn't pay for anything. So I want to make sure that we have a real program, a real timeline that this is going to be built. This, we were already going to do some, it already needs fixing, maintenance. We already knew that it was going to close down for that purpose. Let's make it the 45 by 25 that we need to do. I understand it can be done there. There's a footprint there that it can be done. Let's do it. Thank you.
Councilmember Kern, please.
Thank you. I'll do, first of all, a fee is a tax. So if we said we're not going to collect the fee and return it to the ratepayers, I think they'd be appreciative of it. So the idea that, Waste Management does not pay that franchise fee. The ratepayers pay that franchise fee. It's just another way to get
it. It would have been profit to Waste Management.
I've never interrupted you.
Thank you. Please go right ahead, sir.
So the idea that's a misnomer. Fees or taxes is just by another name. A couple of things. One was mentioned. I think Mr. Knott, I didn't say the words, but the word of bill, the Water Resource Development Act that was signed. Do we have any eligible projects for that? Or are we on I know it's like $19 billion, but I know we went back to talk about the word of bill. So do we have anything that's ready for that?
We do. All of the recycle water projects that are in the cooperative North County Recycle Water Group are eligible for that funding. Good. And are in queue to be included.
And that ties into what the state did, I think 3 weeks ago, about the CEQA exemptions on water projects. Do those projects, or do we have any projects outside of those that qualify?
The CEQA exemptions, I believe, apply to recycled water projects, which are the same projects that would be eligible under that other federal money.
So we have money for it and less regulation, so maybe we can move these things quicker. That's good. Let's see here. That was that. Okay, I think the thing is the pools, and to tell the truth, I'm a little torn on the pool, because the idea if you're going to teach people to swim, the pool you have now, you can swim in that pool. I think the one thing you do need is a champion, and I think the champions are in this room to get this project through. But if it's a community pool, it needs to be a community effort. And hopefully you've been going to the school board and making the same presentation to the school board about your needs. I don't mind having a committee or getting with you or getting with the school board, getting the group together and say, how do we accomplish this? How do we get this? Not say, oh, it's all city, it's all school, and then we get, who funds it and that type of thing. I think this is something that we really need to sit down on a long-range plan and deal with it, and how do we get this through? I mean, the school does have some money. They have the proceeds from Proposition H, that they got the bond proceeds, and they were going to build a theater at Oceanside High. So that money's sitting there. If you can redirect that money into pools instead of a theater, maybe that would work. They have a theater at El Camino, so they don't need another theater in the district. Maybe they need a pool that both schools can use at one site. So all those things available. And I know you want to comment, but you can talk to me offline, and we'll try to get this resolved. And I'll talk to Dr. Coleman. I had talked to him briefly last week about these issues, but school was ending up, and he said, come back and talk to me after school's out. So I'll go and talk to Dwayne and some and the staff members and the board members and say, how can we cooperatively solve this problem? And at one time, and this is a long time ago, when Victoria Richard was the superintendent of Maricosta College, her plans included a pool at Maricosta. The recession came, Victoria was gone, so I don't know where those plans are either. But that's another community asset that maybe we can pull into this discussion about how we fund this and how we make it a really true community asset. So the idea that, and then again, we have on the books, or at least the discussion, I think maybe a workshop in August that's being proposed about a swim pool complex out at El Corazon that solve everybody's problem, done in cooperative. Well, the idea that we can bring that in. I mean, so the idea they've offered to build a community pool too. So a lot of those things can happen. So the idea that maybe that's one of the things that in order for them to build it, we say you have to build a community pool with it. So those things can happen. So the idea that, I want the pool built. Just how we do it and who funds it and who pays for it, I think that's the long-term question that we need to resolve. So the idea that we can do that. I think that's the only real questions I had. Like most of these things we've done through at the workshop, so I'm pretty clear on all the other stuff. So thank you.
Councilmember Feline, please.
Thank you, Mayor. I'd just like to comment on a couple of the items. One, starting with the pool, I think it would be a great idea if we can get a competition pool. I certainly support Councilmember Kern's thoughts that it certainly needs to be community effort by all our governments, agencies working together whose students or citizens benefit from that kind of project. When I grew up and attended school, the pools were at our high school and our junior college. That's where I learned to swim, and so I'm not quite sure how the school districts are abdicating their share of the responsibility to support water teams when it was done in the past. Also, the only reason we can talk about a pool or this kind of long-term project, and I think as Councilman Feller mentioned, the issue is the long-term operating costs for that kind of project, not the upfront costs of putting a pool in the ground. And that's what we have to make sure we have the ability to support long-term with our budget. The only reason this is on the table is because we've ended the reckless, irresponsible budgets we had in the past before I arrived that squandered our entire unallocated reserve and basically gave away the store in one-sided labor contracts. And you see the dramatic cuts that had to take place that are up there on the screen, and we had to do all kinds of layoffs, and we had to slash community services, one of which was the Marshall Street Pool, to pay for those one-sided projects, labor contracts. So those were the tough decisions that had to be made over the past 4 years. And during every one of these budgets that I voted on is going to be a balanced budget. You saw in the budget that we're planning for our long-term future needs. putting aside money for the first time to fund our capital needs in regards to our fire equipment, putting money aside for the first time to fund our long-term need for our general plan updates and the planning that we need. And that's all a welcome change. But also hanging over our city, of course, which is factored in currently, is, and it's just an estimate, numbers can change, is the long-term pensions crisis is still upon us. Our pension costs are going up 78% in the next, over the next 7 to 8 years. So, that's real money that's going to have to come out of our revenue stream. So it's going to be a challenge to fit a competition-style pool in with those kind of demands that we're going to have on our finances. And so, that's something we'd like to factor. Once again, also we have to address, money doesn't fall from the sky, and a fee isn't paid by Waste Management. It's the fee that's added to the trash bill when they computed the contract. So it's basically a way that a city gets a chance to shift money from a utility fund into the general fund, and it's basically, you put it in the right hand and pass it over to the left hand, and it's done all the time, but it's not free money. It's paid for by citizens. So with that, I think we have a great budget. We're going in the right direction, and I think Oceanside has turned an important corner, and I support this budget. Thank you.
Deputy Mayor.
Mr. Mayor, I just wanted to say that I did speak to a member of the Board of Trustees for Oceanside Unified, and there is no money. And this is a municipal pool. I learned to swim. I did not compete in any sport, water sport. I learned to swim because I was a citizen of Oceanside, and there was a pool, a municipal pool. This is our responsibility. There is no money, Oceanside Unified. We need to do this now. I see that Councilmember Feller has already said yes. We just need 3 votes here, and we can make this happen. We have the money. You've already made it really clear that the activities are not really going to change as much in terms of operating, because what you're doing is you're just swimming in a place that is not competition. You can't compete. That is the handicap that is happening here. It's going to be, it's already overused. You can't do anything more into this. It is going to change the quality, not the quantity, the quality. Something that we need to do. We owe this to our community to do this. This is something for our community. Our community is asking for this. This pool needs to be fixed regardless. So that means it has to be torn up anyway. So since it has to be torn up, let's just extend it. Let's make it right.
Can I address the long-term cost?
No.
Let me just...
No. The public part of it's been closed. That's why we say no. So we're back to council.
Well, I heard you loud and clear, and...
A 40 meter by 25 yard with a new heating filtration system is not going to cost as much as you have now.
Sir, I can't let you do it. The public input's closed.
Okay, I just want to say that I listened to your comments. You just repeated what you said during your presentation, and I have not heard staff say that's not incorrect. That makes a whole lot of sense. So I repeat again that it's not the operation costs, as Councilmember Feline said. It's actually a capital cost that we have the money. We can make this right for our citizens. We need to do this. So, and for years, Waste Management made tons of profit from us. That money is now going to our residents. So it's not a tax, it's a fee, it's a franchise fee. And by the way, everything that we do here is a service to the community. If we don't, and everything is based on labor. When you get your, when you have our rec folks at the swimming pool, when you have a police officer, when you have a firefighter come, we don't have the option of, you dialing 911 and then us saying, I'm sorry, the 10th caller we will not service. We don't have that option. So bottom line is, what we have done here for the city is provide the best possible quality of life for our residents. None of us here are squandering our money. The only money that's being squandered is on projects, useless projects like this Melrose extension that is a developer-based project that has nothing to do with providing services and a better quality of life for our residents. Thank you.
Councilmember Feller.
Thank you. We did squander money on that red line that you see right there, but I have a different take. We have to do what we can afford. And Mr. City Manager, I would like to encourage you within the next 60 days, use some of that money to evaluate what we can do best for our community as far as a pool. And if it pencils out that we can find a way, then maybe we find a way. But I'm not going to demand that you spend any of the reserves at this point, but look at the overall way this could be handled, whether we have discussions with Mayor Costa or the school board, the school, the new superintendent, however it comes about. But I mean, do you think 60 days is enough time to evaluate this? Otherwise, I will give you more time.
Thank you. I haven't even had a shot, so you want that first?
What's your call, Mr. Mayor?
Oh, I'll tell you. I'll toss a coin here in a second. I would join with Councilmember Feller and Deputy Mayor Sanchez to put it high priority to try to do something about the pool. That's 3 votes. I think that's important. Yes, that's where I learned to swim. From the school. The schools took me from Oceanside High and marched us over there and jumped the pool. I remember it was cold. It was in the winter. But anyhow, I learned to swim there too. But
in the olden days, it was state of the art. In the olden days,
it was.
Well, you think they built an old pool? It was state of the art at the time.
I have a few things to say to make some of you happy, not happy, whatever, but the first thing I want to get out of my mouth, I certainly hope that we're up here to do the best for the city and its budget. And some of that is trying to do quality of life issues for you and the citizens of Oceanside. I will highlight that we're really not out of the disaster zone of the budget nationally and state-wise. We're just having a little upturn, and I'm very happy about that. We see some building and other things going on, and hopefully jobs will improve. I understand that. We have to sit up here and say, we got this amount of money, and we have this amount of cost, and how do we spread it out? And up here it does come a little confusing once in a while about what the priorities are. The nice to haves fall out of category to the need to haves. Public safety and a few others. You hear that all the time. I truly understand that. The financial director, the staff that go through all these numbers, along with the city manager, trying to make a match up is not, believe me, is not easy. You take your checkbook, once in a while you have trouble bouncing it out with your credit cards. Do that on the million scale, like hundreds of millions of dollars, and it's not easy. And some of those costs are viewed a few years down the road and multiple years payments towards them. In the big scheme of things, pools aren't up there very high. We do have 2 pools that are very old, and just the heating system could be improved and save a ton of cost. We know that. I have a pool at home, in-ground pool, but I also see the water evaporates, but if I put my cover on it, it turns yellow algae. I can't seem to win that battle. But it's necessary to have the chemicals and things that cost. That being said, I do give my support to it being looked into as somehow that we can have a competition pool And I got to give it to the rest of the council members. We sit back there and say, we have a pool or two pools in Oceanside and we don't get much help from the school district or the college. And a while back when El Corazon was first talked about, our 500-acre park out there, I remember having conversations that they'd like to have an official pool that's regulation, and that the school district and the college were all interested in being partners with the city of Oceanside about a big pool. I guess that's died away over the years and the economy. With that, I think it's important to understand that the city does have some money set aside in areas. A lot of it's on capital improvements and what the priorities are. I really think this has been a fairly simple budget for the council. We've been kind of agreeing on it. I will add to that, and it's kind of sarcastic, we're agreeing a lot more because this is an election year for two of our council members. Sometimes our attitudes change on election years. Isn't that funny? But I think the city manager staff have done a pretty good job of trying to get us down to where it's at. Need it to be the pool or not, it's really been hard, and we're really down there. We have a balanced budget with a little upturn. I mentioned earlier on that I thought some of the things we needed, and I didn't mention the pool, is that we got rid of about 160 employees over the last few years. Those are the pool employees that provide you services we got rid of. The hard part is I knew all of them and their parents, and it's not easy to let go of those people that you know. We've had other people, management level or department head level, have gone to other cities because they were afraid that we're going to outsource them to somebody else, so they left. I guess that's the things we talk about. I'll mention water and sewer. When you see all these charts and all the money, well, you'd notice all the money is kind of in water and sewer. A lot of money. It's the most valuable commodity in Southern California, water, and it keeps going up. I'm not going to get into the long story about the Metropolitan Water District and how they rip us off and charge us for that water, but it's the #1 valuable item down here. So those big numbers have to be addressed, and it's because if we have a leak, and especially a sewer leak, we can get fined tens of millions of dollars just for breaking a pipe. So we know we got to keep up on it, and it's very important because all the money we're talking about, a couple $1 million extra, could easily be wiped out by one sewer break that we'd have to pay for. So we have to watch out for things like that, and I know it's very important for the water part of it. Some issues regarding the highlight there for budgetary stuff. I think it's important that we address our employees and do it the best we can with what we have. It didn't break this city, and it certainly was at a tough time, and I understand that, but we all didn't expect the economy to fall like it did. Now, along the same line, since we brought that up for negative reasons against some of us here in the council, we went for a year or so here telling every single employee in town, you don't get any money, no raises, no nothing, we don't care about you, go somewhere else. If you're looking for a job, you had one here, but go somewhere else. The sad part of that, and we found out over the years, it's been like multiple years since we gave him anything. So all of a sudden we went through a whole year of no, 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 and we got down to the police department, and strangely enough, we went to impasse. A few days later, we had a contract and gave them some money, and they were very happy. And I appreciate the city manager's work in making that happen. But because we said no to everybody else all the way up to that date, an election year, all of a sudden all the other groups came back and said, hey, wait a minute, how about us and my Me Too clauses? So the people that are knocking Esther and I about maybe in the past pay raise, these are the same people now want to give pay raises to everybody, have the city manager resolve it because they don't want to go to war with all the employee groups during the election year. Gee, hard to believe, I know. So what we're talking about is don't cast a stone from a glass house when you're living in one yourself right now. I'm speaking up more because I actually said a while back that I was embarrassed to work with this council majority. That's why I tried to become a supervisor in the county. I didn't make it, so I'm back as the mayor, and I'm here to represent you, and I'll do that. I think what we're here, all of us are here for, is to try to do the best we can with the budget, best we can with the money we have, But I really truly believe that all of you out there on TV too expect us to provide the services you think you pay taxes for. That means police, fire, sewer, water, streets, and all those things we're working at. But he also said, I kicked in here hoping to get some things that are beneficial to me and my family and bring people to my city. I wish I had the reserve that Carlsbad had for their new water theme issue, but we don't. They're a rich little city, and I understand that. But I also think about rich little cities that have a big amount of money in the reserves like Carlsbad. I think they've overtaxed you. In other words, I'd rather have my money in my bank making interest than you sitting on $100 million in reserve making money for you. So there's give and takes. I guess what I wanted to say here is now that I'm still here as a mayor, I'm going to stay here for the next few years, I certainly want to address your needs the best we can. We do not have a lot of extra money. It's on its way up. And what makes more money? All those things you see downtown, hotels, other businesses coming here. Those businesses and their tax pay for increases for employees and all the things you want in town, like a pool. All those new buildings and businesses make it possible. That's what we're striving for here. And with that, I was going to make a suggestion in the budget too, because we're talking about everything else in the city. I'd like to see some of our employees hired back to make sure they run the city better, but we don't have a lot of money. I think after 5 or 7 years without getting any pay raises, I think maybe they deserve some. A lot of people are leaving to go other places because of it. I was going to ask the city manager and the staff and the council that I think the city manager needs some help upstairs. We have a deputy city manager, but we also hired for a while our former city manager back until December. When and if he leaves, that's some money. I'd like to see somebody that's upstairs that is involved in. We're too big of a city not to have a public information officer. I mean, we're the largest city up here. We need to have good positive press, which goes out and brings business and people here. We let go of that person too. That same person I'd like to see be involved in the EDC, economic development. That means bringing businesses here. We only have 2 people in that field. Carlsbad has 6 trying to bring businesses in. So I think that's something nice. And certainly somebody could help all the council and the city management staff to help with state issues. Believe me, state issues are big. We usually read about on some email or on our phone, but there's usually something that somehow costs us, all of you, a lot of money. And we need somebody to monitor it a little closer. I'd like to see somebody in his staff that could take over those duties, because I was making a recommendation we should bring somebody back that can help in all those areas. However, after the conversation, maybe that's not going to be a priority, and I'll understand that. We've talked a long time, and so have I. I guess the important part of this thing is this budget's going to pass probably closely. And I got to tell you this, people that show up here and speak or come to us early and speak about things they want is rare. But when they do come with forth intelligence and give a good presentation like you did tonight, it pays off. It truly does, and we'll try to listen to you. And remember, you need 3 votes for just about anything up here, and for the last couple of years, I've only had 2 votes, so it's hard to get things going. So tonight, hopefully you get happy what happened. The staff and everybody out here have tried real hard for a long time with a lot less people. So I hope this improves. I do see an improvement in the state and the economy going up. Thank goodness we have another hotel that might come in here. That means good business, TOT tax, etc., and we're moving forward. With all that input, it's going to be up to the staff and the city manager to filter out what we said tonight and where the priorities are. Truthfully, when we see all that came here tonight, we've been pretty much on board as a council going forward with his recommendation with a few tweaks about here and there. That's pretty rare. I think it's pretty good this time that we did, and I think we all understand the budget problems over the last 5 to 7 years, and we fight a lot, and I think that's not necessarily bad either, because you're really telling the public your opinion and you got put into office. Everybody up here, I like to see them have the opportunity to speak, because I didn't put him in this position, you all did. So if you voted these people into office, they should have the opportunity to say what they have to say. On the other hand, I may not agree with them, or vice versa. But this coming November, think about it. It's an election. If you want to change things, that's the time to do it. So anyhow, I think that's all I have to say. It's over, and we have a motion on the floor. I have a button hit by the staff. Does somebody want to talk?
Yes, Honorable Mayor, City Council, the 60 days that was mentioned by Councilmember Feller may be a little bit aggressive considering the majority of that time it takes to get a staff report through the process. So I'd suggest that maybe 90 to 120 days to come back.
See what the city manager has to say.
I think there's a couple different issues here. Okay, one is what are we going to do about the Brooks Street pool and how long is that going to take? And I think we can move forward with that assessment expeditiously. I certainly would like to know what it is, even though there's been suggestions, and I think that's true in terms of a new pool and operating cost. I understand that, but I want to understand more thoroughly what it's going to take in terms of put 2 new sides on our pool and a new bottom, because there's a point where you may be better off if you just replace the whole pool. The pipes are bad, the equipment needs to be replaced, how's the structure? But I don't want to delay these things unnecessarily while we're analyzing that pool. And I think we can do that remarkably quickly because we've already got some data on it. The more comprehensive issue of what do we need for competition swim or swim complexes in the city, I think we can bring that back with a work scope and a work plan to the council for their consideration separately. And we probably can put that together certainly in the next 30 days, the larger assessment, and move forward expeditiously on the Brooks Street pool assessment. Bring that back and see what the council wants to do. We're not going to tear the pool apart this summer. So, we're going to go through the summer with the pool, and then probably look at after we're through the summer dealing with the construction, how we're going to change the pool. So we have some time, and certainly looking at bringing back the comprehensive assessment of the Brook Street pool expeditiously, and then having the council decide if they want to commit some of their reserve resources to fix that pool would be appropriate.
Thank you. One last thing I want to bring, I had notes to myself. I'm sorry, I have to agree with the deputy mayor on the Melrose Drive extension. Remember a while back, everybody wanted the bridge over RDO at 78, and nobody wants to support it. And you can't drop a bridge into Carlsbad side, and now it's all habitat. That was on there, and the other one was the Melrose Drive extension. The Melrose Drive extension was turned down by the planning department. Oceanside didn't benefit us. They want to spend $1.4 million to study it, in which it can't be done because you have to have a 4/5 council majority to do what, Esther? To take homes. So in other words, we'd have to take homes. You have to have a 4/5 majority. It's not here. I don't foresee it being there. So we're going to spend $1.4 million to study something that can't be done. There's a lot of money. Anyhow, other things like that we get a little concerned about. So I thank all of you for that. And there's a motion on the floor. And do we have any more discussion, or shall we vote? Let's vote.
Motion approved 4-1, Sanchez, no.
Thank you all, folks. I appreciate it. And Mr. Clerk, where are we at? Take a 5-minute break, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you. I guess I'll have to take a break.
Landscape maintenance district.
It's the all-new KOCT app with the latest and greatest in San Diego's North County. Stay up to date, whenever, wherever, and it's all powered by you on your smartphone or tablet. The KOCT app is available in the iTunes Store and on Google Play. You'll be able to check out local news and events, watch KOCT on live stream, get access to program schedules, behind-the-scenes content, and shareability on your favorite social media sites. Stay connected with your community and KOCT, shining light on San Diego's North County. This service was provided to KOCT as a corporate donation by Your Phone Guy mobile app design. For more information, visit yourphoneguy.com. Your Phone Guy mobile app design. It's time to mobilize your business.
On this month's Journalist Roundtable, we heard from County Democratic Chair Francine Busby and Republican Treasurer Gary Pauline on the results of Tuesday's election.
I think where it came best is the number of candidates that we got across the 50% threshold, so you did not have to have a follow-up race in November. You saw Lori Zaff make it past the 50% threshold, Bonnie Dumanis, Ernie Dronenberg, and of course Bill Horn.
Of course, yeah.
And so those races were all key races, and the fact we were able to put them away so that we can then focus on other races come November was a big plus for our party.
And of course, the Democrats are now in the majority in the city of San Diego, but the county, it's not.
Oh,
not
that's
the
absolute.
case at all.
No, that is not true. There are 27,000 more registered Democrats in the county than there are Republicans.
Been sort of neck and neck, but
it
you're
used
just
to be
creeping
really
up.
neck and neck, and then when we got online voter registration, it zoomed up, and it's continued to go up, and that's continuing to trend toward a Democratic plurality in the county. And you know what we're looking at for November. All the, like he said, we were happy to have a lot of our incumbents make it to 50%, and we can check those races off. But we're looking at mayor races in Vista, Escondido, Imperial Beach, Chula Vista. These are large cities, and the impact that those mayors races would have are not just in their municipalities. Those are mayors who will be making appointments for Sandag, which could shift the policy making toward a much more progressive direction.
We also talked with Chris Van Gorder, the president and CEO of Scripps Health, about the challenges and opportunities facing that large healthcare system.
Well, from a national perspective, we're probably facing the biggest challenges we ever have, and I've often said 100 years. Healthcare nationally is too expensive. It's become unaffordable. There are too many people that lack access. And I think that was what drove the Affordable Care Act to be put in place. But to pay for the Affordable Care Act, reimbursement is being reduced fairly dramatically. The industry gave about $150 billion to help pay for the Affordable Care Act, so we're actually seeing declines in reimbursement from Medicare. Medicaid and Medi-Cal in California is very challenging. And then we got hit with sequestration. So just my organization alone got cut another $12 million a year. So we're facing increasing costs, decreasing revenue, but a need for us to completely redesign the healthcare delivery system so that we can serve our community and be more affordable to everybody in this country.
Finally, we talked with Oceanside City Councilman Jerry Kern about his role on the Community Engagement Committee, which is listening to and informing us of the decommissioning of the San Onofre nuclear power plant.
I mean, do you feel like it could be there forever? Because if the government hasn't found another storage site yet, is there any hope that they ever will?
Right now, no. I mean, the idea that we had hopes at Yucca Mountain, that was killed for political reasons more than geography. I mean, the idea that, or geotechnical reasons, but the federal government has to do it. Once this stuff is moved in dry cask storage, it no longer belongs to Southern California Edison or the owners. It belongs to the Nuclear Regulatory Commission. It becomes property of the federal government. So
as long as it's in the pools, it still belongs to the owners? Is that right?
Yes, as long as it's in the pools, it belongs to the owners. And once they put everything in dry cask storage, and then they'll dismantle the plant, the big domes will be gone, and all you'll be left is a 5-acre site, a pad of dry cask storage.
Join us. It's Good TV.
Hi, I'm Patrick Dockery, host of Health Be Life. You may have seen my show on KOCT Oceanside, and you know what? When I'm not out traveling the world shooting celebrity, food, cooking, and travel, I'm living here in Oceanside, California. I was raised here, went to school here, and I'm raising my family here. I catch up on everything about North County on KOCT Oceanside. It's where the locals go. And just remember to enjoy.
keep that in the back, okay. Mr. Clerk, next item, please.
Item number 21 is adoption of a resolution confirming the engineer's report, confirming the diagram and assessments, ordering the assessments to be levied for fiscal year 2014-2015 for the Oceanside Lighting District assessment number 2-1991, and approval of a budget transfers in the amounts of $390,000 in gas tax funds and $10,000 in energy fees to the lighting district account.
Ready to go home there, I see Jack there. As the mayor, I'll open this public hearing and ask for disclosures.
Staff.
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 Staff report.
Yeah, just the staff report, because I have no contact from anybody else on this.
Correspondence or
None.
petitions? Thank you. With that, that's right.
Honorable Mayor, members of City Council, good evening. Doug Edow, Real Estate Manager, City of Oceanside. This item is needed to levy the assessments for the lighting district. The lighting district assessments will remain the same as in prior years, and the level of service will not be diminished.
I move staff recommendation.
Second.
Thank you very much. Public?
This is a public hearing item. Would any members of the public wish to speak on this item?
There's plenty of podiums if you want to take one and move to the other one, okay?
I see none.
I see none either. With that, I'll close the public input and come back to the council. Deputy Mayor.
Thank you. Move adoption of the resolutions and approve the budget transfers. Yeah, except that wasn't during there. You have to allow for the public hearing.
Requires.
Okay. Well, then I'll second Deputy Mayor's motion then.
Thank you very much. With that, any of the no lights, so I guess please, well.
No.
Did you want? Oh,
That's
I'm
it.
sorry. Please vote.
Motion approved 5-0.
Thank you very much. Next item, please.
Item number 22 is adoption of resolutions confirming the diagrams and assessments for fiscal year 2014-2015 for 10 of the city's landscape maintenance districts: Del Oro Hills Assessment District, Bohemia Ridge Assessment District, Mar-a-Lago Highlands Assessment District, Mission Meadows Assessment District, Peacock Hills Assessment District, Rancho Hermosa Assessment District, Santa Fe Mesa Assessment District, Sunburst Homes Assessment District, Sunset Hills Assessment District, and Vista Del Rio Assessment District, and ordering the assessments to be levied for fiscal year 2014-2015.
What was the third item?
Yeah.
Go ahead, Doug. Oh, I'm sorry, I have to do this stuff. I forgot. We're open this public hearing and ask for disclosures.
We had this in discussion already, so staff.
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 Staff report.
No contact.
Thank you. Correspondence, petitions?
None.
None. Thank you. Doug, please.
Good evening. This item is needed to levy the assessments for the 10 of the 11 landscape maintenance assessment districts. The assessments remain the same except for 2 of the districts which have a built-in CPI that was previously approved by the council.
Thank you. Any public?
This is a public hearing item. Would anyone like to speak on this item? I see none at this time.
I see none also. With that, I'll close the public hearing and come back to the council. Deputy Mayor.
Move adoption of the resolutions.
Second.
And second. Correspondent or comments? I see none. Please vote.
Motion approved 5-0.
Thank you. Next item, please.
Mr. Mayor, before we get started on this item, I have to recuse myself because we did 11 of the 12 districts. I am the 12th district, so I am.
Thank you, sir, for telling us that. And with that, we'll still go forward, and I'll open this public hearing and ask for disclosures.
Staff.
None.
None.
Staff report.
Thank you very much. And correspondence, petitions?
None.
Thank you. Doug, please.
Hi. This is the remaining landscape maintenance assessment district. We need to do this action in order to levy the assessments. The assessments are slightly increased due to a CPI increase that was previously approved by council. The level of service does not change.
Thank you.
Any members of the public wishing to speak on this item may come forward at this time. I see none.
I see none, please. With that, I'll close the public hearing and come back to the council. Deputy Mayor.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Move adoption of the resolution.
Thank you. Do we have a second?
I'll second.
Thank you. Any discussion? I see none. Please vote.
Motion approved 4-0.
Thank you. Doug, thank you very much. Mr. Clerk, have I missed anything besides?
No, everything has been covered.
Thank you very much. With that, I'll go ahead and adjourn this